Okay, sorry about that, guys. I don't know why my microphone wasn't being recognized by OBS automatically. I went through a whole little spiel here, and nobody knows what the hell was going on. All you can see is my gesturing on screen. But I can go through it again a little bit. I'm just excited for today's tournament. Excited to have Sharky in here. I've been giving him a little bit of advice and some coaching on how to play corn. And they sent me a pretty interesting replay where they were playing an all-calf Bretonia build. And they did some pretty good stuff with it. They did end up winning the match. It's just cool. It's really nice to have people showing up and just getting into the multiplayer scene. And improving really rapidly, because Sharky has been tearing it up from what he's been telling me. So we'll see if the proof is in the pudding here in the first round. Just about a minute or two, we'll have this kicked off. We got a really good selection of factions as well. I was just going through some of them. We've got some Wood Elves, we've got a Skaven player, which is always good to see. Very complicated faction, but really engaging and interesting. A couple of Tzeentch players, haven't seen a ton of them in the new player side of tournaments. High micro and execution dependency on the faction, but does have a lot of cool tools that you can use to really bully factions around at times with. We got some vampire counts. We got Tomb Kings, very cool. A couple ogre players, 2 lizardmen players, just like literally a little bit of everything, honestly. I'm trying to think of who the factions that we aren't seeing are. Chaos Dowie we're not seeing for a change, which is a little bit rare. They're a very popular faction nowadays. Okay, and Random Cuban and Sharky are going to be playing, which is going to be pretty chaotic. Cuban plays the Warriors of Chaos and is a pretty good player. So Sharky's got a pretty tough round 1 opponent. Will he rise to the occasion is the question. Give me a sec, guys. I gotta do a little bit of stream maintenance business here. Hell yes. So, I'll just go ahead and ready up so they can jump into it immediately. Bordello Landing is a fairly even map for both of these factions. I would actually say Khorne has a slight advantage on Bordello Landing over Warriors of Chaos, simply because the central pillar on this map actually gives you a pretty good position to hide away from the Soul of Damnation, which is a very common tool for the Warriors of Chaos. There's also a lot of bait and switch that you can do with pushing the back point of your opponent on this map, because it is a home objective map, but the spawns are actually fairly far away. So it does take a little bit of time to push reinforcements up to your back objective if your opponent is playing off of it. And with the mobility that Khorne has, and the way that you can bounce between objectives with your Marauder Horsemen, Fleshhounds, Minotaurs, and stuff like that, You can really pull people in all kinds of directions, and then you can develop out some very durable infantry to kind of push up in there and really get a proper scrap going and just hold on for dear life. There used to be a very powerful and legitimate strategy, I mean, for the time, with Khorne, which was, in the early days on release, Khorne could just spam out, like, high leadership infantry and just rush up to objectives and play them until you just ground people down, you know. There was just no way to remove all of the infantry for Khorne. Can't really do that the same way anymore. Domination mode has changed a lot since then, but of all of the factions in the game, outside of maybe Vampire Counts, and maybe a couple of others, Khorne is probably the best at still having that very attritional, objective-based play style actually win them games. You have Chaos Warriors, you have the Silver Shields, lots of leadership, good armor, and also really good damage output. It's very hazardous to scrap with Khorne infantry. Being forced into those engagements can lose you a lot of value very quickly. So just being able to play safely with your mobility as Khorne behind your infantry is a huge part of the skill set. And minimizing losses in losing engagements, like losing slowly as opposed to going for big swings and ending up getting crushed, is also huge, because you can definitely wind the clock out on people. Takes a lot of patience. I'm not the most patient Khorne player, so it's not really my style, but I've seen lots of people do it. It's something I'm trying to readjust to. What's up, Pizu and Piston? How's it going, guys? You didn't forget again, bro. Come on. Piston. We miss you, bro. We need some more Khorne players. Luckily, Sharky's got us. We'll see if Sharky's able to knock Random Cuban down a peg or two here. He'll do it in your name. Don't worry about it. Good luck in Danny's tournament, though, for real. I'm sure that's going to be a really fun tournament as well for all of the like, more experienced folks. I'm actually going to check it out and see what is going on with that. There's 8 people signed up. It's a small tournament, but, you know, that's just kind of how the, just kind of the vicissitudes of the game. It fluctuates up and down a lot. You know, tournaments are very time-demanding. The game has long periods between, like, updates and DLCs. ZA has been good about patching the game recently, which has helped retain people, but, you know, we're just in a little bit of a downswing while people are playing other stuff, and once the Tides of Torment come out, we'll see a huge resurgence of people, for sure. This game is a way of really sucking you back in. It's one that even I take breaks from. There are lots of periods where I just don't play in tournaments all that much and just stick to casting. It's a great spectator sport, and it gets really sweaty when you're actually the one in the multiplayer matches. You know? Having those wind-down times where you can kind of take a break from the game is actually, I think, really good. Just in general. I find I come back a lot more focused after having a little bit of time away from it. It's a really cool Khorne build. Actually bringing a Blood Speaker. Not a common choice at all, but it will be pretty strong here because Sigvald, unless Sigvald just finds a way to engage the Blood Speaker, which should never ever happen here, Khorne is going to have a really good time bouncing around with all of these Marauders, all of these Horsemen and Khorne Gores, and just taking up space, man. The Soul of Damnation is here. It is a pretty dangerous artillery piece, but it is a big investment. And it's a lot of Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. And Khorne is maxed out their own throwing axe cavalry. This could end up developing into a real long game for the Warriors of Chaos. They're going to need to play fairly slow and patient so they don't end up getting overwhelmed if they're going to win this. Because Khorne's going to probably be able to jump out and immediately start capping up the objectives here. So they've taken some very aggressive vanguards. You got 2 Khorngors out going to the number 1. Marauder Horsemen, the throwing axes are going to go to the middle, while these Khorngors are going to move up to the number 3 in a moment here. Bloodspeaker waiting in the back a little bit, infantry getting moving. Definitely want to make sure that you got all your horsemen up on this point so you can grab it as quickly as possible. And I don't really know where the Marauder Horsemen are going to be maneuvering to. They definitely want to avoid the Soul of Damnation fire as much as possible. It can kill like 4 or 5 horsemen at a time, depending on how bunched up they are. Just 1 or 2 losses there is pretty fortuitous. Just staying patient and not over-aggressing yourself is going to be a really strong play here. I do like getting up on the back objective. You can see the Khorngors, though, getting hammered by the throwing axes a little bit. You don't love to see that. Sharky's moving up the Marauders now. Definitely could stand to get the Marauder Horsemen out over onto the number 1 to help secure this triple cap. Although, pulling back and just maintaining cap weight on the middle until the infantry arrive is also a pretty good idea, because Warriors of Chaos did get up here fairly quickly. They've done a good job of just motoring forward. Got Forsaken, Hellstriders, and throwing axes out here on the flank. It's a little tough to dive this right now for the Warriors of Chaos. The Forsaken will help tremendously with this fight. You see the Khorngors getting aggressive here, potentially wanting to charge down the horsemen, but not really finding an opportunity to. Sharky's kind of waiting in the wings, getting poked pretty excellently by Random Cuban right now. The Soul of Damnation has honestly not been very impactful yet. But here in the front line, there is a Chosen of Slaanesh waiting in the wings. It's going to be impossible to kill this with Marauders. We're going to need to see Sharky come up with some very tricky traps to try and surround these guys with horsemen and chip them down. Or bring in something like a Bloodletter. Bloodletters actually do pretty good damage to the Chosen. So, we got a little bit of a scary situation developing. We got Hellstriders potentially catching some Marauder Horsemen. Fleshhound's going to do a pretty good job of helping those guys out. Khorne Horsemen are just aces in melee combat, and we get 2 horsemen engaging the Marauder Horsemen of Random Cuban out on the flank in a very nice fight. Hellstriders screaming in from the flank, but there are Khorngors there now. They could swing that pretty decisively in Khorne's favor. And here, this is why Fleshhounds are so good. You might think that Hellstriders counter them. If you just have 2 units together, though, chasing these guys down, Fleshhounds absolutely annihilate Hellstriders of Slaanesh. It is brutal how much damage Fleshhounds do to Hellstriders on the charge. So, really nice situation for Khorne, potentially. Khorngors being forgotten about on the flank a little bit. Not great, necessarily, but we do have the Forsaken winning their fight. Some Khorne Marauders over here beating up on the Warriors of Chaos variant. And Marauders here being collapsed on by the Forsaken, while the Bloodspeaker just waiting in the wings. I'm sure dropping his buffs. He's got the Wild Abandon and a couple of other things that can do some pretty good work for him. Over here, Khorne and the Warriors of Chaos scrapping very evenly right now. Hellstriders losing out big time, and I think this is where the Warriors of Chaos are about to get absolutely bounced. You've got Minotaurs jumping out over here, Furies and Fleshhounds chasing down the mobility, and this is a really ugly situation to be in. Even though you grab the... even though you grab the middle objective, you've got a small ticket lead. Khorne just has an overwhelming numbers advantage out here in the mobile game, and chasing down these Hellstriders, throwing axes are routing all across the field. Furies coming in, screaming in to shut down the Soul of Damnation now. The patient aggression has been awesome to see. It's definitely one of, like I said, it's definitely one of the things that you need to really develop as a skill if you're going to be playing Khorne. You just need to figure out ways to really keep your opponent off balance while not bleeding tons of value to them. And Sharky has done a great job of that so far. So, Soul of Damnation looks like it might be going down here. We get a Relentless Rage going down, which is really cool to see. Oh wow, Unbreakable Cannot Die, and Unyielding Assault added to this, which is really interesting. The Marauder Horsemen and the Fleshhounds are fighting the Forsaken, and the artillery crew is out here on the flank, getting collapsed on by some Furies and taking some horrible casualties. Looks like the Soul of Damnation is going to go down here. The Chaos Dowie crew is unbreakable, but they're very flimsy. They don't have a lot of HP. And they don't have any armor to speak of, and their melee defense is only 19. Excuse me. Furies with their 44 melee attack are like the perfect counter for that. The aggression in the backline is wearing off a little bit for Sharky. This is where you should pull back. And just work on chipping down these Chosen of Slaanesh. This is the real annoying unit here. You're doing a good job of capping away the middle, though. This is where Khorne can do what I said earlier. Get yourself up on the points and just focus on the grind for the remainder of this game. You've gotten a decent amount of value. You've killed one of your opponent's most important tools. Killing the Soul of Damnation alone made any sacrifices back here worth it, almost. As long as you get a little more value out of your throwing axes here, as they're engaging those Hellstriders, they should be able to grind those guys down to about nothing. The Marauder Horsemen just have really good weapon strength and charge bonus. They do lose to the Hellstriders, but Hellstriders down to 1,000 HP. Not really going to be up for a whole lot after this. Minotaurs are waiting in the wings. They actually will be a good answer to the Forsaken, believe it or not. Minos are, even the Mino Great Weapons are fairly strong against infantry. Their charge bonus is just really good with that melee attack and weapon strength. They can really clown on this Forsaken blob that's moving in. And I think that would be the best call-in right now, is just some answers for all of these bodies the Warriors of Chaos are throwing up. Beautiful engagement on the Marauder Horsemen. Very risky by Random Cuban to be leaving these guys so close to the front line, and they just get chunked by those frickin' Minos. Minotaurs are just amazing. They do so much damage, man. And they actually get the Blood Sacrifice here, so the Blood Speaker not afraid to sacrifice himself to keep his Minos nice and charged up. Plague of Rust going down, Forsaken getting up on the flanks, good retreat, just as I'm drawing a good retreat path. Sharky's already on top of it, and the Minotaurs are going to get away. And the Forsaken are going to come in here and scrap against their brethren. Which actually is a pretty favorable fight for the Khorne Forsaken, because the extra armor these guys get. They've got 100 as opposed to 85. The loss of melee defense is a little rough, but really isn't that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things for a unit like this. The aggression is the most important thing, and look at the Horn of Khorne going down, giving big boosts to a lot of the units in this fight. The Minotaurs especially noteworthy. Look at the damage that they're doing here. Almost up to paying for themselves. They're engaged against the Hellstriders here. Furies could get a rear charge here and just fully break that position. And the Chosen of Slaanesh have done great work here, but they are getting worn out finally, and the Brutes of the Hound are engaged now. Marauder Berserkers were a pretty lackluster unit for a long time, but ever since they got the model size reduction, they pile into combat really well now, and they're an absolute nightmare. One of the best infantry units in terms of cost effectiveness now is actually these guys. Because of the Unbreakable, they just don't move an inch, no matter how bad the fight is, and they have massive weapon strength on them. You know, 52, they're being poisoned right now, and it's still that high. Plus a charge bonus of 46. These guys are actually pretty devastating as they collide into the forward battle lines. And you can see here, just continuing to anchor this middle objective. Sharky did give up the outside, which, you know, isn't ideal. The value might look a little bit unfavorable, but you've killed the Sorcerer. Sigvald's really not that big of a threat, all things considered. You've got a very elite infantry unit up here grinding away. They are getting a little worn out now, though. Sigvald's actually doing some substantial damage to these guys. You've got plenty of Fleshhounds and Furies, though. As long as you hold on to your back point and you have the mobility advantage, I think Sharky is going to be able to weather some of these losses. You got Khorngors moving in to engage the Chaos Trolls. Chaos Trolls, ostensibly a good unit for this situation. You've got a lot of infantry out on the field, very weak Minotaurs, and then a lot of stuff that's like mobility, that's not necessarily geared for anti-armor duty. But look at this aggression, and look at that maneuvering. Getting the Khorngors like out and around the edge of that fight, and kind of skirting around, almost collapsing onto the Chaos Armored Trolls. Still going to get a good fight against these Forsaken. The Forsaken have to move into a really awkward fight in order to save the bacon of the Warriors of Chaos here, I would really say. You get a really nice Pilgrimage of Skulls that's going to get things nice and reinvigorated. It raises the Vigor level, as well as imbuing Unbreakable, which is actually kind of nice right now. The Minotaurs wavering on their leadership quite a bit. In the time that this is active, they do beat down on those Forsaken, and the Chaos Trolls are taking some decent damage from the Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds up to 1,000 value, doing really nicely, and Khorngors getting on the back of these Trolls. Could end up being a disaster for the Warriors of Chaos, because I don't know if they're going to be able to last through all of this. Throwing Axes getting isolated by the Hellstriders, but a good counter dive with the Furies. Crazy close round one game here. Khorne just needs to hang on to the points. Are they going to be able to? Breaking this troll unit would be a really good place to start, because the last thing you want is for this unit to escape with 14 models, regen a whole bunch, and come back in a little bit later and really punch on you. But the trolls do break. You get some more Marauders up on the point, barely hanging on to that cap. Definitely needs something out on the number 3 to be able to continue holding on to this, and Khorne actually flips the cap weight back in the middle, getting this Forsaken unit up onto the objective. Do want to chase down the trolls now. They're pretty beat up. You could probably rout them with a good timing charge. You don't have a lot of supplies in the bank, though. You really don't want to somehow lose all of your units' morale by getting rear charge, but I think it's a little too late for Random Cuban to be able to make this push happen. A couple of units did do really well for the Warriors of Chaos. Look at the Chosen with 305 kills. Absolute murder machines against those Marauders that Khorne brought to the matchup here. But all of that fighting for nothing, ultimately. They just couldn't carry this game, unfortunately for them. Sigvald got some pretty good value as well, and the Forsaken actually did pretty decently. Okay value on the Hellstriders. This is multiple summons, though. They didn't really pay for themselves, which is usually a really bad sign. Hellstriders are fairly pricey at 675 gold. You need to maximize their effectiveness if you're going to be bringing them. One Khorne Horseman at 1,300 value. The other's a little bit less strong in terms of performance, but awesome Minotaur play. 1,800 on this unit. I wouldn't bring Dual Axe Minos. There's just not a lot of utility for them. You really need to focus on killing bigger targets with your Minotaurs 9 times out of 10. Khorne has other ways to kill infantry. They've got so many units with an anti-infantry bonus as is. You can just bring some of them. Like, instead of these Forsaken, if you really wanted to, mix in a couple Bloodletters. You got Brutes of the Hound already. Even though the Brutes of the Hound struggled a little bit, they still got their value here. And yeah, I would just think about doing that. I love this build, though. It's very well executed. Sharky, killing a Soul of Damnation was definitely the big moment in that game that kind of clinched that win. if you go for aggressive dives and artillery like that, you have to get the kill, or you're kind of screwed, honestly. Because your opponent will just recrew the piece, and then they'll just rock right back out onto the field, and just trounce you with the accurate fire. What's up, Stabbin'? I hope you enjoyed that round one. That was a great freaking game. Really close scrap. And Random Cuban had an in at the end there, but didn't really have the time. That was the classic corn stuffing strategy executed at a very high level. So that's a really impressive first performance from Sharky. This is the first time they've ever played on stream. Let's go see if people are dropping in some replays. We've got one replay. So we'll just get started on that one. And by the time we're done with it, I'm sure we'll have other matches. Give me a sec, guys. I need to fiddle around with my mouse. I think I need a new one. I've had it for a while. It's starting to feel a little bit funky and unresponsive at times, which is never ideal. Okay. Replays. I do really appreciate the replay viewer. I wish that it was a little bit more intuitive in-game to be able to send replays between people. That would be a nice quality of life thing. As long as we have the option, I guess it's fine. So we got Hobgoblin and we've got Mr. Fly here. Mr. Fly has been playing in the new player tournaments for a little while now. Is a Tzeentch main. Has some really cool builds and setups. We've played a few times and he's very talented. I believe he's beaten me a couple, in fact. But it's always a pretty good scrap, so interested to see if Hobgoblin is going to be able to hold up here. Now, the Dowie are pretty damn strong against Tzeentch. They've got a lot of really good tools for air fights. They've got, you know, the gyrocopters, obviously. They've got their ground-based shooting, which is fairly accurate into the skies. Even stuff like Rangers can poke aerial units pretty well, which means Changebringers usually don't do too well into the Dwarves. You're not even seeing an attempt at bringing them right out of the gate. You've got some Zangors up on the point right now, a couple Marauders, Blue Horror and the Sour Guts with one Tzeentch Fury and two Exalted Flamers, which are going to be very cool to see in action. These Exalted Flamers are a really powerful unit. They shred infantry, man. They do brutal damage with their missile. Because of the way this missile is coded, it is very bad against single entities, and then it scales really well into the cavalry and monstrous infantry. Against regular infantry, it does excellent damage, but sometimes it can't quite pay for itself. What you really need to do here, Tzeentch, is make sure that you get as much value out of this thing as possible, and make sure that it's as healthy as possible when you unsummon it, so you get as much money back as you can. Because if you can get a bunch of money back for unsummoning the Exalted Flamer, then you can actually bring out some more punching power and holding capacity for your army while you wait for the Exalted Flamers to refill their ammo. Good fights so far for Tzeentch. Massive value by chipping down these gyrocopters, taking some pretty horrible casualties right now. A little bit of a miss on the Tzeentch's Firestorm, a little bit over-eager on that one, I would say. It's tickling the Iron Drakes a little bit. You can see them taking some damage, but they're fairly resilient to magic. just because they have a limited number of models. They don't take too much work from vortexes, typically. Plus the spell resistance, obviously. Oh, and I forgot about the fire resistance, too. That's pretty notable, because the Firestorm does have the flaming attacks applied to it, so... hitting the Rangers works. You know, most Dowie units don't have the flame resistance. It's just the Iron Drakes that do. Excuse me, guys. I'm a little phlegmy today. Trying not to make it too big of a thing. Gyrocopters getting absolutely hammered by the Furies. Furies are such a good counter to the Gyros. Now, there are risks with Furies into Gyros. Gyros can actually stay ahead of Furies because of the way that aerial combat is coded. It's a little janky. Even if your unit is faster and is like literally in base contact with something, sometimes you just can't hit them. You can kind of see it here. Like, these Furies are literally like right behind the Gyros, but they can't touch them. They're lucky that they're routing off the field right now. The way that Dowie counter the Furies onto their Gyros is you fly them back to the shooting, which has kind of happened here from Hobgoblin, but there's not enough to clear all the Furies off. And without the Gyros in the front line, you can see that the Sour Guts and the Zangors are just getting to have their way with all of these Dowie units. Dowie Warriors are there to hold the line. They're not very good at actually doing damage in melee combat. It's just not what they're tuned for, with 22 melee attack. 40 melee defense is where they should be resting their hopes. And then you need, like, the Grim Delvers and the Bugman's Rangers and the Gyros to do all the damage for you. It's a very well executed build. And attack plan for Mr. Fly right now. I mean, you can see the Exalted Flamers fire their ammunition fairly fast. One of them is just about paid for itself, a little bit off, but has definitely opened up a lot of opportunities for the late game here. You can see the Dowie are pushed fairly far back. Grim Delvers get hammered by a really nice shot from the Exalted Flamer. You can see how far it leaves those vortexes. Just like all along the pathing line, they spread out all over the place, and they're actually fairly devastating. They do a lot of non-AP damage. They do have a little bit of AP in there, and when you've got 9 of those little vortexes going off at once, the AP damage can really rack up. So, Doom Knights are just kind of hovering up top here. They really do need to all get engaged on the ground here. It looks like they're doing the classic. We don't know how to land, so we're just not gonna jank from aerial units. Are a little bit annoying at times. They do shenanigans like this, and it gets really frustrating. It's one of the things that if CA is going to do 40k as a setting, they're really going to have to figure out in their next engine how to keep funkiness like this from occurring, because there aren't that many flyers in the fantasy setting as compared to Warhammer 40k, where, you know, it's actual sci-fi and there's frickin' land speeders and airships flying around all over the damn place. It's going to be a little bit more demanding, I'm sure. Fury's cleaning up some units on the outside. Cynagors kind of waiting in the wings. Definitely could just go charge down the Rangers. That'd be a pretty good engagement. And they can also hammer these Iron Drakes. Iron Drakes are very dangerous to leave alive. They will very quickly rack up value. Even with 14 models, they can do some horrible damage to you. So, a good diversion away from the Ranger fight, which gets cleaned up anyways by the Furies. Knocking the Rangers over, doing a bunch of damage, and look at that Tzeentch's Firestorm. Oh my god, chunking the Slayers down to half health. Iron Drake's taking a little damage, and the Bugman's also getting popped a bit. What's Village at value-wise? 1100 ain't bad for him. Village is by no means like the most dominant character in the game. Gotta get these Cynagors of Tzeentch out of here right now. They've lost their overshield, and they're not a very durable unit with 35 armor. They will get folded up by these Ranger volleys, not to mention the Iron Drakes, which just put the icing on the cake. Bye-bye, Cinnies. That's a 1200 gold unit that you've lost, and that is one of your best sources of AP. You did distract a little bit with those guys. Just really would like to see them used a little bit more aggressively and carefully. Cynagors are micro-intensive. You need to be on your toes when you have them out on the field so that you're not losing out on momentum. Good shot. The Slayers just haven't gotten to do anything. They've been getting bullied all game, and both Exalted Flamers back out on the field for another little value trade session, which is going to go really well for Tzeentch. They are going to have a whale of a time unloading on all these miners and the Slayers. Love to see some aggression onto the Bugmans. The Bugmans are going to be a problem. They're a very durable unit. They have this liquid fortification as well. All that chip damage from the Furies doesn't mean much if these guys retain models. Another beautiful Firestorm, though, on top of this Bugman's unit, and I don't think these guys are going to be long for this world. Sour Guts are going to get some shots online, and a devastating Tier 3 army ability from Tzeentch here, deleting all of the miners, Dowie Warriors, and Slayers that were trying to help the Rune Lord against Village. Village is not an incredible combatant, but he is actually okay. He's got pretty good weapon strength, all things considered, for a non-AP character. He will beat down a Rune Lord. Rune Lords are just a little bit worse. They're a similar type of archetype to Village in terms of what they do. You just actually have good melee defense on Village. A 50 plus is damn strong, and with the Twisted Twin giving him an additional 8 right now, he's up to 57 even though he's exhausted. The Rune Lord is not even going to touch Village in this fight, I fear. And Village, with his exhaustion, still has 40 melee attack, which is going to be getting in over the Rune Lord fairly consistently. So, Sour Guts actually get into a melee fight against the Iron Drakes, with Doom Knights charging down on the rear of this unit. Taking them to Pound Town for sure. Going to be pushing them off the field very shortly. Exalted Flamer just putting some emphasis on this game. Mr. Fly with a very dominant performance here. Didn't pay a lot of attention to the Marauder Horsemen, which I think is a bit of a shame. It seems like the Dowie have had a lot of diversion out here on the edge. I know that the Horsemen took this outside point very early on, and they did hang on to it for quite a bit. I just didn't... There's so much happening in the middle that needed to be talked about. They just don't... They don't have a lot of value, you know. But any distraction against the slow dwarves is huge, because the Dowie having to divert rangers and miners out here, that's like 1,000 gold over here with a miner with blasting charge and a ranger. That's 950 gold, if I'm not mistaken, which is a big investment for how slow they are. Dowie not being able to get anywhere quickly means that you can really pull their forces apart. Look at the Doomseekers getting melted by the Exalted Flamer here. Horrible damage against these guys. Brutality aplenty. Marauders getting in. Marauders are actually okay into Doomseekers because these guys don't have any armor. Just being a really cheap infantry unit that can still do some damage to a Doomseeker has its time and place. And with the Exalted Flamer continuing to hammer the flank here, the Doomseekers are going to be dead and gone very shortly. And that is going to be a tap out from our Dowie player. Another unfortunate fight here. Sour Guts do a lot of damage as the models die with the Sour Discharge. It's not as crazy as it used to be when it was 72 all AP damage. Now it's like 48 and only 30% AP. But into a Doomseeker, the Doomseekers are actually deleting themselves in this fight. It's a very bad fight for a Doomseeker. Sour Guts in general are really a dangerous unit just because they're hard to engage on. You don't really want to feed anything too valuable to them, because they will do enough damage that they'll just pay for themselves outright by dying, which is really hilarious to watch happen. But if you commit something too low tier, they are still an ROR, and they may be range oriented, but they do have more sustainable stats than you would expect. I can actually show them off real quick. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to run to the restroom, and then we'll get back into the replays. 29 and 34 is honestly fairly solid. It's not too far off of a Zangor. The lack of HP can harm them a little bit, but they have a massive barrier of 1800. That does take a little bit of effort to work through. And once you start doing the HP damage is when Sour Discharge comes into play. That's 45%, or 45 damage, and 24% is AP. So, lightly armored stuff doesn't really want to charge down the Sour Guts anymore. Using something fairly heavily armored is the best bet, so that your unit doesn't just get shredded as they're doing damage. And Doomseekers, like I said, are at the absolute peakest of threat to that ability, I guess you would call it. Because the lack of armor just hurts these guys. The Doomseekers are a really good, dependable unit for the dwarves, but they have some fights that they just absolutely do not want to engage into, and I would say that that's one of them. Yeah, 40k multiplayer is going to go so freaking hard. If they make that game and it's, like, you know, good, they're gonna make a shit ton of money. They'd be fools not to make the game, honestly. There's 6 people sign up for the Matrix. Go for it, man. Okay, good to know. Okay. Yeah, I get confused sometimes, Dan, between people having like, you know, 10 different tags between all the stuff that they're on. I keep it nice and simple for myself, otherwise I end up getting lost in the sauce. I forget passwords and usernames all the time. So, I'm just Maverick Sloth everywhere you go. Alright, we got a lot of round 1 games to get through, so give me a minute, I'll be right back, and we'll get to it. Alright, guys. Let me get all these downloaded and we can get into them. Got Ogres versus Lizards, which is probably going to be the first one we watch because that's a tricky matchup for the Lizards. There's a lot of really strong Ogre tools into the Lizardmen. They're going to definitely need to play pretty carefully. They do have some good anti-large tools, though, so they're not, like, defenseless against the Ogres. I feel like it's a matchup that right now is favored towards the Ogres, but mostly because you don't see a lot of Ogre players. So, well, most people just don't have a lot of practice against them. So, here we are, Bordello Landing. As we have been seeing, this is your round 1 map. Spending a lot of time on it, but it's a good one. I mean, this is like one of the classic Total Tavern maps. It was one of the first maps put in. I can't remember who created this one. I think Waka Waka did Bordello Landing. There's been a lot of maps added to Total Tavern over time, but it really goes to speak to the quality of the map creators and just how talented they are, that even these older maps, you know, don't fall off at all, really. I mean, they look really damn good, even when you run into a few really weird, funky bushes like this, you know. It's fine. It actually does blend in pretty well into the background. I've just played the game long enough so I know where some of the janky little polygonal doohickeys are on some of these maps. Is the funky tree here? Yeah, there's the funky tree. I don't know what it is, but if you hover over this little stand of trees here, you can see whatever the hell is going on here. There's like a, if you can see it, there's like a pixelated bit of shenanigans being engaged in. Anyways, we'll get into the armies. We got some dual weapon bulls into the sunset. We've got lead belchers behind them. Pigback riders, Noblars, nothing too tricksy about this. It's just a very straightforward, aggressive Ogre Kingdoms build. Lead belchers are going to clear stuff like the Saurus Warriors. The Saurus Spears are moving up. They're going to be trying to engage the Ogre Bulls as much as possible, but the Lead Belchers are going to hammer them, while the Ogre Bulls are just going to clown on Skinks. Skinks get absolutely annihilated by Ogre Kingdoms. It is not cute. The Lead Belchers are the reason why I don't really encourage Skink Skirmishers in this matchup. The Skink Skirmishers don't really have anything great to shoot at. They either shoot pigbacks who actually have shields and they don't do a lot of damage and they get hammered by the lead belchers in the process, or they have to poke Noblars, which are 200 gold units and not really worth throwing their little or shooting their little darts at. I think you'd be better off just cutting these guys and probably looking to bring a couple of Spear Riders early. That would be much stronger in my opinion. Smoky Loco is getting set up. Unknown is opening fire with the solar engine, trying to hit the lead belchers. Definitely the right call. I really don't want to leave the lead belchers to get a bunch of value here. Doing a fairly good job of staying out of range. And beautiful burning head though. Does hit the Saurus Warriors here, doing a little bit of damage. You can see them having to move up actually into range of the lead belchers. And getting a little too stacked up and getting hammered by the fire that's coming in there. Beautiful Searing Doom. Does hammer this Noblar unit. Much better to target the Pigback Knights, though. Much higher value opportunity there. And the Chameleon Stalkers have used all their ammo. Very unfortunate that they threw all those little explosive javelins in there. Chameleon Stalkers have a precursor missile that does, like, explosive damage. It's like a... You can see it here. It's like a weird, funky little blow dart. It's got, like, an explosive effect on it. It does really good damage to stuff like lead belchers, actually, but you gotta turn them off fire at will. The precursor ammo is very funky to use if you're not familiar with the mechanics on it. If you turn them off fire at will, they will only throw at what they're attacking. Like if you can only give precursor units an attack order to get into melee. They don't actually have like a range mode. If you turn them off fire at will, then they only throw at the thing that you're charging them into. If you have them on fire at will, they'll just throw at whatever gets into range, and that can be very inefficient. So they're a little bit. They take a little bit of time to get familiar with. Very, very long, overly loquacious way of getting to that point. Frontline not looking great for the Lizardmen right now. You've got Ogre Bulls. They have beaten the crap out of the Skinks. I'm not surprised to see that at all. These guys have big weapon strength. They've got decent stats, good bonus. And the Skinks' leadership is just not good enough. There's a lot of fear-causing units on the field right now. And without Croxagors, so the thing with Croxagors and Skinks together is Skinks get fear. They cause fear when they're by Croxagors. Without the Croxagors here, they're suffering the leadership penalty from being frightened. One Sacred Croxagor would actually have helped stiffen up the resolve of the Skinks so they didn't break so quickly. And would have been good mass to keep the Ogre Bulls from pushing past the Saurus. That's another big issue. All the Ogre Bulls have 1,500 mass. That is a lot to deal with. They're very good at just bulldozing over infantry and getting away from fights with stuff like Saurus Spears. And you can see with all of the Pigback Riders and Ogre Bulls and Noblars just stacked together, there is no opportunity for the Spears to get good value here. Having a horrible go of it. The Slan Mage Priest of Metal would be better in another matchup. Ogres is kind of fire magic or bust. You can also do death magic, which works okay, because you got like Doom and Darkness, but you really need to punish the Noblars. If you're focusing on the Ogre Bulls early, then you're going to get flattened. If you're overly focused on using your like melee infantry to grind into the Ogre Kingdoms, that's a bad setup for yourself. Fire magic clears out bodies really well. And then you can bring in actual heavy hitters like the Coldwind Spear Riders, who are much better into the Ogre Bulls, because Ogre Bulls can run away from infantry. They cannot get away from these guys. 75 speed as opposed to the base value of 54. Even at their like peak speed, Ogre Bulls are not going to be able to outrun that kind of an engagement. Blood Vultures cleaning up in the back line, getting rid of those Stalkers. One Lead Belcher, a little beat up, but still has 12 models. Plenty of opportunities to continue value trading. One Lead Belcher paid for itself. But Bastillodon here has just not been effective either. I do like bringing a Solar Engine. You should probably have 2 Solar Engines, because Solar Engines actually hammer against Lead Belchers really nicely. Or you can do double Stegodon with the Ballistas. Those Stegodons with the Ballistas actually do have good range and damage output against large stuff. And Lead Belchers kind of are like the perfect target for those Ballista Stegodons to hammer. They can kill the Lead Belcher models fairly efficiently. See the Lead Belchers being blinded, firing very inaccurately here. Not really hammering home against the big boy. Solar Engine just doing its thing. Burning Head goes down on the cold ones. No damage, really. They're too heavily armored for all of that. They just don't really care. They're shaking it off. Pigback Riders and a bunch of Ogre Bulls and Blood Vultures getting really ham on top of these poor little Saurus who are just desperately trying to escape. Not finding a lot of success. These guys have actually paid for themselves. Most of the other spears, I would hazard a guess, were incredibly ineffective and didn't really do much of anything. Noblars don't end up trading very well. You get a really nice Final Transmutation here. Usually, I would say, honestly, always worth overcasting Final Transmutation. It's double the duration, and thus double the damage, for way less than double the cost. It's only 9 more WOM to get twice as much damage out of it. You really do want to focus on using it that way. Again, though, Firecaster to clear out the Noblars, and then you bring in all of your swarming aggressive elements as the Lizardmen is probably the way to do this. These super infantry-heavy builds are just too static for success. I mean, the Lead Belchers do a great job against it, and even stuff like the Noblar Scrap Launchers would be really good into this Saurus Spear build that Unknown went with. Smokey is just looking so dominant. Gonna be tapping out here. Or the Lizardman, this Tyrant and his goons are gonna be taking the win here. Cool Firebelly inclusion also. I actually do like that choice for the Ogre Kingdoms. Firebellies are fairly consistent casters. They do pretty good damage in melee combat as well. They're a little bit more aggressively oriented than their Slaughter Master, whatever they're called. The Butchers. The Butchers and the normal mages. Firebellies are just like a specialist piece. Show them off here for a moment. They're a little more expensive. You don't really need to bring any of these items or anything. You can bring Kindle Flame. Flame Breath is like 50 gold, so, I mean, you get 3 uses out of it. Why not? And you just include, like, Burning Head and maybe a Flame Storm or Piercing Bolts, depending on what kind of matchup you're in. Against Lizards, Flame Storm is probably the way to go. It's 1200, which is a little bit pricey. But you'll see 9 times out of 10 those guys will pay off, especially against Lizards, where the fire magic is debuffing Skink leadership and Saurus leadership even as well. Can definitely break leadership very quickly with those guys. Yeah, when you need the scroll bar to see the whole army, you know it's a Skaven game. So let's see what Corsairs got against Mr. Box here. A very small Kislev army. I mean, Kislev doesn't bring big armies too often. They're fairly expensive as a faction, so they're usually limited to about this kind of an army on the reg. Skaven don't have that problem. They can bring bodies for days. And then they can back it up with some fairly scary stuff like these Rattling Guns. Warpfire Throwers have some utility. Corsairs kind of told me how they're intended to be used. They're alright. I don't think they're ever going to be that great, unfortunately. Just a little too squishy. Leadership for the Skaven is the big problem. They just aren't very courageous folks, so that's typically where they really fall off, and that's one of Kislev's strong points. If Kislev can avoid getting dumpstered by the weapon teams, I think they're going to be able to pull something off here. Warlord on foot being the choice here for the Lord is kind of interesting. Don't see these guys too often, but they're dirt cheap, so you can just fill out on bodies. And Corsair really likes this Veil of Shadows and just the Eshin magic in general. Veil of Shadows Overcasted is basically a net, and it lasts for 26 seconds, which is a long time. Anything ground-based getting caught in the Veil of Shadows is going to struggle immensely, because it also silences when it's overcast. It's got quite a few effects that it applies. And you can really hammer units within its radius very, very painfully. Night Runner's Slings just firing away at the Horse Archers, doing a little bit of damage. Nothing too significant, but they are keeping the Horse Archers at bay. We get a really beautiful cast here of Veil of Shadows. That is going to be locking down the big single entities, and the Rattling Guns are going to be opening up now with those machine guns of theirs. Let's see what kind of damage they're going to get off here. Little bit lackluster, all things considered. Not really as much damage as you'd be hoping for out of that whole deal. We're going to get one last volley off here. Obstructed by the pillar a little bit and have to pull back. 410 value is fine. I think the Veil of Shadows could have been held on to a little bit longer, maybe, for, you know, maybe a better opportunity at a cast. These Eshin Sorcerers do have stalk, so they are invisible, and you can play some really nasty games by just maneuvering them around and keeping your opponent on their feet as to where and when you're going to be able to drop this spell. And it's got a pretty long cast range of 200 meters, too, so there's lots of chances for you to get a good net off. All you need is for it to work one time, basically. Skitter Leap going down on the Teethbreakers, making them unspottable and giving them stalk, which is kind of cool. Just so they aren't getting hit by the Horse Archers. Mutant Rat Ogre definitely does not want to be getting hit by the Bowfire. It only has 30 armor. It's a pretty flimsy monster outside of its HP and punching power. Allowing it to take that kind of damage is just not something that you want to allow happen. But it is pretty good bait for allowing the Teethbreakers to get a great volley off on the Horse Archers. Dropping another Veil of Shadows, but the Frostworm is much more aware of this. Mr. Bach's going to be pulling it back immediately. Going to get a little bit of damage in on it as it's escaping. Shouldn't be anything too terrible. I mean, it is about 1,000 damage. Definitely does add up over time. Teethbreakers with 873 value. Looking pretty nice. Really nice volley from the Night Runners right there. Taking down quite a few of those very beleaguered Horse Archers. Their HP is really low. You can see they've dropped several guys on the way out there. The other two are looking okay. Winged Lancer is going to be very devastating to the Skaven front line. Skaven just don't hold up to heavy cavalry at all. They can get brutalized by stuff like Winged Lancers. They do massive damage on the charge, so it can get real ugly real fast. Plus, they cause fear and imbue a leadership penalty as if they are flanking a unit, which is a -6 to leadership. On the flimsy leadership of Skaven, that's incredibly painful. Vulcan Tail Slashers in. ROR Sword and Board Clan Rat, waiting in the wings. A little bit more stalwart than your average Skaven unit, obviously. They're so, God, Skaven are just amazing. They're my favorite faction, by far, in terms of aesthetics and lore. They're just really cool and unique. Not really my cup of tea playstyle-wise, though. I like more aggressive factions in general. But they are a very strong shooting faction. It's just a question of, can the Skaven get set up and really push their opponent off the point? Mr. Box is playing very patiently. This is exactly what you want to do against Skaven when they're lacking super long-range stuff. I really would love to see the Avalanche Mortars mixed in here in reserve. Because you could bring the Avalanche Mortars out right now, and they're long range enough that they could really hammer these Armored Kossars. Another 2 Rattling Guns out on the field. It's a big investment into them. Warp Grinder's going to be moving up. You got 2 of those guys. They did get their... they were restricted not too long ago. You weren't allowed to bring more than 1. Now you can bring multiples. I think it might be a limit of 2 or 3 now. But they are fairly effective. They do have this Seismic Snare, which just, you know, immobilizes anything on the ground. Warp Quake is lower speed and does damage in a very similar sized radius. We do have the Winged Lancers trying to get on top of the Teethbreakers here, but get absolutely flattened by the damage from those Rattling Guns. Veil of Shadows going down, a big engagement from the Wolf Rats. Wolf Rats with poison damage, though. The regular Wolf Rats do have AP attacks, which is much better against the Kossars, obviously. Really nice Hawks of Niska, going to be breaking all of the Wolf Rats here. Huge loss for Corsair, honestly. Look at the value for the Kislevites. Really starting to jump up there. Teethbreakers do end up going down, actually. At the very least, they're routing and won't be available for another few seconds. The Armored Kossars get a devastating volley on those poor Rattling Guns on the way out, too. Really hate to see it. Winged Lancers caught by Rat Ogres there. Rat Ogres are very good against heavy cavalry. If they get caught out on the charge, the Rat Ogres will get folded up, but in this kind of a situation, they will be able to value trade very effectively. Get a nice Warp Quake going down, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Seismic Stare and Warp Quake hammering these poor Winged Lancers, who are going to be melting in a moment here. The Frostworms have not been able to engage, which has been a big problem. You really need these big monsters to be terror routing some stuff right now. Winged Lancers, the beautiful charge on Skaven Slaves. It is Skaven Slaves, though. Not much here to write home about. And this is a bit of a waste on this Hawks of Miska. This is not really where you want to be using that. You've already broken most of the units here. This is the Hawks of Miska target. Anything in this pocket here, you know, this is a very terrible circle, but, you know, bear with me. Any of the weapon teams in the Night Runners that are up in that little box here would be where you want to be dropping Hawks of Miska right now. You'd be lowering their leadership by 16, and then you can use your Winged Lancers to break all of their leaderships and just start chasing them off the field, because that's where the Skaven are going to just fall apart. Once the Skaven start routing, if you can chase them down, it's GG for them. So, bodies, bodies, bodies on the point. Kislev doing a good job of shutting down a lot of the weapon teams. Corsair is not quite able to get the engagements set up the way that he's looking for. Very, very cagey play has made it impossible to get the Veil of Shadows onto the hero squad, onto the heroes and the big single entities, which is now allowing the weapon teams to get shut down, because the Eshin Sorcerer has used an awful lot of the magic for very little gain here. Kislev with their good leadership and solid, stalwart infantry are doing a great job of pushing into the back line here, and they've still got very healthy terror-causing single entities, which is going to be an issue. I mean, look how many terror routes are going down on this side of the field right now. You got two units here running away. Both of them Skaven Slaves, I'm fairly sure. Yeah, both Skaven Slaves. But it does allow the Rattling Guns to get caught, and their leadership is actually broken. They got terror routed, but then the follow-up charge from the Horse Archers finished up the leadership, and now they're going to get run down and completely iced, which is a brutal loss to experience here. Can't really afford that as the Skaven right now. You're already down in value. Your opponent has very durable infantry on the point, plus a decent amount of mobility left. If you can't find a way to save, like, pretty much every single weapon team that's out on the field right now needs to immediately start contributing some substantial value if there's going to be any chance for the Skaven here. They're in a lot of pain. Clan Rats routing in large numbers here because that beautiful Hawks of Miska. And now you've got the Warlord just getting bullied by the Frostworms, which shouldn't be too surprising. These things are beastly in melee combat. They do great damage on the charge. They got good weapon strength. Melee defense is a little bit of a letdown, but, you know, they've got healing with Patriarchs, so what do they really need to worry about, right? Actually doesn't have the heal. This is it's a very bizarre Patriarch build. Daj's Song of Winter Sunlight's going to be bringing all of the units here up to fresh again. So, cool. Nice and high vigor Ice Witch with the Tempest Magic. Honor Frostworm going to be just clowning on the Skaven for a little bit here, it seems. Kislev, I think, is going to win this game. They've got some Winged Lancers and Armored Kossars coming in, or the Kossite Dervishes, I should say. Armored Kossars just trotting down to the low ground. Getting roasted by the Flamethrowers. Very unfortunate for them, but good collapse. But Kislev's going to shut down this pressure. Winged Lancers continuing to hammer home against the infantry. Massacring wave after wave of just cheap garbage, really. Skaven are just one of those factions where, like, I would say probably a good 70% of the units on the field are effectively, like, bad or even useless, arguably. But their punching powers and their range tools, and they are so strong when they get time to set up, but Corsair never found that opportunity. Box, like I said, time and time again, it was being very cagey about the engagements, has been slowly pulling apart the Skaven this entire time. Mutant Rat Ogre wasn't quite it. Didn't really get good opportunities to fight the Frostworms. Heavy War Sleds with 200 kills and not even close to paying for themselves. It's a sure sign that you're fighting the undead of the Skaven when you see something like that. Most games, if you're getting 200 kills, you got well over 1,000 value on the unit. Frostworm, not a lot of value. Ice Witch with the Tempest Magic, though, 2,000 value on her. Hawks of Miska has just been wreaking havoc on the Skaven formation. They just can't stick and fight. Every time they get weapon teams set up, and they try to engage with some crappy infantry to, like, slow up the progression of the Lancers and the Kossars, or even the Frostworms, Hawks of Miska immediately breaks all that, and then the Winged Lancers get home on the weapon teams. And you can see it happening again here. Let's just fast forward through this one. Skaven are just down 2 big time. Winged Lancers are probably going to kill all the Wolf Rats here. You can see the bodies and numbers of the Wolf Rats getting a little bit of damage in on these guys, but the lack of AP on these Wolf Rats is really hindering them. I think if you're going to bring Wolf Rats against Kislev, you have to bring the standard AP variant. It's the only way you're going to really get a bunch of value on a heavily armored faction like Kislev, because they do have pretty heavily armored units for the most part. If you look at the good stuff on the Kislev roster, talking about armored Kossars and the Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion, all of whom have 80 or more armor. Armored Kossars you do see in a lot of matchups, but not super great against the Skaven, honestly. Just the aggression out of the monsters and good magic, as well as good timing on the Winged Lancer engagements, has really won Kislev this game, which is really nice to see. For Corsair, I mean, I really feel like you need more Rat Ogres. I mean, this Rat Ogre got 1,100 value and was really the MVP of the Skaven build. I mean, there wasn't really anything else that was doing a whole lot. The Teethbreakers got 1,800, and it's really the only noteworthy performance elsewise. We've got some round 2 games, so we're gonna move on to those because we've been on Bordello Landing for a while. I don't think we need to spend even more time fluffing around with it. Give me a second, guys. Okay. Just double check that I'm actually getting them all. So Otto's also followed up and dropped us a couple of Norska games, which will be very interesting to check out. I don't actually know if the there's a bug that's been going on for a while with the with Norska replays where they just have this really weird audio bug where it sounds like there's a magic spell being procced constantly. It's like a bug with the rage passive. It's really obnoxious, but, you know, it is what it is, I guess. Delete these because they're duplicates. I think that might actually be what we check out here. I'm curious which one is going to be the way to go. Let's actually watch Norse get into Dark Elves. Renataki, man of many talents, obviously. Going with a Dark Elf build. This is Rakarth on a freaking dragon. No freaking way, dude. Super cool, and has the Whip of Agony and a bunch of items and abilities for Rakarth, too. Definitely don't see that too often. 1,000,000 spears and archers. That's the way to go. Yeah, that's pretty fair. Ogres do have strong tools into everybody. It is what it is. Please be nice. I'm sorry if I'm not trying to be too rough. I'm sorry, Bekos. I'll try to be a little bit more even-tempered, more measured in my criticism.
We have a victory point. Keep it.
Marauder Hunter Javelins moving up, lots of Marauders. Basic Marauders are honestly pretty amazing for Norska. They do some good damage, and they've got Rage, so they get extra leadership, Physres, and melee attack, which is awesome. Wolfric is getting pummeled right now. Rakarth is doing a pretty good job of getting on top of him, but doesn't make very good contact here. Finally getting a good shot in against our boy Wolfric. Wolfric did drop Hunter of Champions. Rakarth is debuffed pretty badly right now, but Wolfric is not built for this engagement. He is just way too squishy. You gotta be a lot more careful with your lords into the Dark Elves than that. Very unfortunate loss. Good Hunter Javelin fire and Throwing Axe fire coming in on Rakarth, though, who does get hammered a little bit. But being a flying unit, he's just going to jump back up in the sky, and he's going to be doing what he can to pull back to the safety of his formation. And you'll see the Witch Elves and the Bleak Swords engage soon, and Witch Elves especially will shred this front line. Witch Elves are so good against Marauders. They just run in, pop Witch Brew, and just go to town. That's honestly how Dark Elves deal with most infantry builds. Plus, whatever damage you get out of Scourge Runners is they're also charging around. So, Scourgies are just poking away, doing their thing. They got some damage on Wolfric. They're doing damage to the Horsemen. They charged some infantry there for a little bit. Now the Witch Elves fighting in this front line. Toe-to-toe with a lot of the Bleak Swords and doing pretty well. And a beautiful Burning Head going down. Oh my god. Hammering this Marauder unit, but basically deleting their own Witch Elves here. A little bit of an unfortunate rotation, but it continues on its trajectory and does help break a lot of leadership here. Plus, at the very end, gets one last little bit of chunking damage on this Marauder unit here. Skinwolves are a great unit, but this is just not a good situation. Dark Shards you just can't let shoot. They do too much damage, plus you've got the Witch Elves underneath all these guys, and some Dread Spears. Skinwolves need to be engaged on top of infantry if they're going to be in a grind fight, and really what Skinwolves should be used for is just kind of keeping the Scourge Runners honest. Because the Scourge Runners are charging a lot of infantry down right now, which is never something that you want to see, because they already shred at range. Just allowing them to hammer your infantry too is going to put you in a hole real fast. And the Dark Elves are amazing at playing from a lead. So Marauder Ice Wolf Chariot comes in and does get a decent charge off on the Witch Elves, but they do get a little stuffed up. And then Rakarth comes in and he helps the Witch Elves clean these guys up, and they rally here, but it's a little too late. Not really any point in trying to maneuver them again. They just get caught again. And they're gonna be on the run once more. Another Marauder Chariot coming out. Skinwolves waiting in the wings, looking for an opportunity to fight here. Good volleys coming in from the Dark Shards right now. Beasts of Tashnar getting a good engagement on the Scourgeoner Chariots, but Coldwood Knight's gonna get the flank on them. Even though the Beasts of Tashnar are an anti-large fighter, getting flanked like that is going to fold up their leadership because they are still a Hound unit. You can see attacked in rear, frightened, attacked in flank, under missile fire, a lot of leadership malices. Really hammering those poor guys. And Wulfric, man, Wulfric is at 1,000 health. He's not going to be doing much of anything. He can cast Sea Fang, and you get a really good one on this Dark Shard. Look at the damage from that. Brutal stuff. There's no comeback mechanic here for the Norskins, though. It's just going to be an honest, even scrap, and with a Dark Shard left on the field, plus some reinforcing Witch Elves, and the Scourge Runners still being around to continue poking. Even though Rakarth is beat up, he's still got 2,000 HP as well. He can terror bomb some positions. I think the Dark Elves just need to really hold on to the objectives, finish off any javelins and whatnot, and then they'll be able to deal with any of the Ice Wolves, Skin Wolves, and Marauders that are going to be coming out. Good Spirit Leeches. Rakarth is pretty pricey, so this Shaman Sorcerer with 1,300 value is having a pretty good time. I honestly do like the inclusion of the Death Magic here. If you're bringing Wulfric, because with Wulfric you've got pretty good a pretty good way to clear front lines. Very similar to Burning Head, Sea Fang does huge damage to infantry, especially lightly armored infantry, which is the Dark Elves in a nutshell. And it can be kind of hard to shoot down dragons with stuff like the Marauder Hunter Javelins, and even your Marauder Horsemen can struggle against 90 armor dragons, so something to keep them honest is a pretty good idea. I do really like Metal Magic, though. You're gonna see Coldwood Knights against the Dark Elves. You have to have answers for these guys. I know you have Skin Wolves. Skin Wolves do get a good engagement out here, and they do beat down this Coldwood Knight. It's a little scary to rely on the Skin Wolves, though, because they do get wrecked on the charge by Coldwood Knights. Cold Ones have a really solid charge bonus that can just absolutely shred through the HP on a Skin Wolf, or on a Skin Wolf unit. Ice Wolf Chariots kind of just bumbling their way up into the Bleak Swords here. Very unfortunate. Kind of just stuck and not going to do a whole lot. They're very beat up Chariots. They've lost a model already. They've got an okay value at 700, but you need a much more well-rounded performance from them, in my opinion, if you're going to be taking this game now. Renataki with the Raven Heralds out. Very unique unit. The only one of its kind, really. You know, these flying AP crossbow Pegasus Riders. They're a pretty dangerous unit, actually. Actually, you don't see them too often because they are a little squishy. But in the right matchups, they can get some really crazy value. And I do think Norska is a good matchup for them because of Mammoths. There is a chance that Norska goes Mammoths into Dark Elves, even though they're a good target for Scourge Runners. Mammoths just have 14,000 HP. It's a lot to get through, no matter how good you are against large targets. The Raven Heralds can just fly overhead and help out against those big beasties, and do so without fear of retribution, obviously. Witch Elves moving forward. Rakarth gets hit by another really nice Spirit Leech. He is using the Beast Lord's Gaze on himself, which is a really good idea because it does give 10% ward save and leadership. You can see it's actually keeping him alive and on the field right now. His leadership probably would have broken without this active, and he's just going to sit at the back of the map now. That way there's no leadership problems in the late game. It's going to be a beautiful Burning Head right down the pipe on these Marauder Great Weapons, and they are going bye-bye for sure. Good dodge with the Horseman, though. It's just a shame, man. Those infantry were doing a pretty good job of grinding for the time that they were there. But can't really hold up well when you lose that much of your HP in one go. Trolls looking to get after the Sorceress of Fire now. You got Skinwolves on her, too. This might be the end of this poor little Sorceress. They are not hardy at all. 40 armor. They've only got, like, yeah, 3,800 HP. Incredibly squishy unit. But Witch Elves are on either side of this fight, and they can do good damage to lightly armored units, like large stuff like the Skinwolves and the Trolls. Just because of their damage output. I mean, they got good weapon strength and melee attack, and with Witch Brew, they just go up into the stratosphere. And look at the damage that they're managing to notch out on these Norscan ice trolls. Skinwolf's not doing a whole lot better, and they are all going to be running now. Norska definitely in a bit of trouble. They just can't muscle away the middle objective right now. Oh, but Rakarth gets hit by another Spirit Leech, going deep at the Shaman Sorcerer to get him. He's plummeting to the earth over here. Poor buddy is assuredly broken his back after that nasty fall. Coldwind Knights do punish the Shaman Sorcerer of Death for all of his efforts, though. I don't know if you would have enough for a Buna. A Buna right now on the Raven Heralds would be kind of huge. It would definitely give you an opportunity to use your Ice Wolf Chariots very aggressively here. Ice Wolf Chariots just chunking the Witch Elves. This is why these things are so common to see nowadays. The Marauder Ice Wolf Chariots have great mass, great weapon strength, amazing charge bonus. They cause Frostbite as well. And they have 81 speed, which is honestly a little buffoonish. It's so much faster than most of the other chariots in the game. They're even faster than the Beastman Chariot. The Beastman Chariot is actually slow in comparison. Razorgore Chariots have a 77 speed with Primal Fury. Although they do have AP, a majority of it at least. Marauder Ice Wolf Chariots just don't have quite the same damage output against every infantry unit in the game. Razorgores just macerate any infantry in the game. The Marauder Ice Wolf Chariots are more for clearing up chaff and lightly armored elites, so good against the Dark Elves for sure. And they have killed a couple Witch Elves, but Coldwind Knights coming out in massive numbers now, and not a lot of punching power against those currently. Auto lacking a few answers here. Raven Heralds are really not getting a whole lot of value, which is a little unlucky. They just aren't getting very clean firing lines. They've been firing into some pretty scattered and chaotic fights. It's not usually their cup of tea. Still contributing a little bit of damage, and they can be unsummoned once they run out of ammo, of course. And that will give you a nice chunk of change back. Seafang goes down, not doing much to the Coldwind Knights, though. Coldwind Knights don't want to stay engaged against Spears, though. I mean, Spears are not a super efficient answer to something like a Coldwind Knight, but they will poke them down eventually. So, trying to disengage here, but one Coldwind Knight does actually lose its nerve and is breaking right now. Norska might be able to grind back into this game. With Wulfric back out on the field in stabilized leadership, now it's the Dark Elves who are suffering a little bit. That Murderous Mastery is overrepresenting the leadership here a little bit. It's going to wear off, and then the Witch Elves will be down quite a bit on it. They're still going to be fairly resilient. Going to get in on the flank of this Marauder and rip and tear through them in very short order, I'm sure. Other Witch Elf doing the same on the other side. Coldwind Knights are doing something here. They're trying to finish Wulfric. Wulfric's a little caught up on those guys, not doing too hot. Ice Wolves and the Ice Wolf Chariot going down here. Throwing Axe is coming up and throwing into the flank of this Witch Elf unit, doing some nice damage. Playing very patiently and very cautiously. Although, now that I say that, Otto taking a very bad engagement with those horsemen. Need to peel them out of there. Witch Elves, again, I mean, lightly armored large targets do not do well into Witch Elves. They do take about 25% of the HP off that Marauder Horseman. Beasts of Tashanar get a good flank charge onto the Colden Knights, but immediately disengage. A little worried about the Sea Fang, I think. Not wanting to do a bunch of friendly fire damage, I guess. This is Otto's last chance to regain the battlefield here. Is he going to be able to do it? There is a chance that he's going to be able to lock down the middle point here in just a moment. It is teetering on the brink right now. The problem is that a very healthy Witch Elf is killing an awful lot of infantry over here. The Marauders are kind of getting flayed right now. They're really not loving life, and just as I say that, leadership break on the Marauders at the worst moment possible. And the balance of power on this middle objective continues to waver, and the Dark Elves, I think, are going to win this because it's just too damn long for Renataki to have gotten this middle objective. There's not enough time to push this back one. There is already an infantry unit here. Bleak Swords are 5 cap weight, so Beasts of Tashanar alone can't get this point. Dark Riders intercepting the throwing horsemen over here. And the Wolves have to stay in the middle. They can't even get the middle. They still can't get the advantage. These Witch Elves have been so instrumental in the late game to continuing the lockdown. And the Dark Elves walk away with a scrappy win against Norska. Honestly, very cool build into Norska. It's kind of a face check build. With the mix-up of a very powerful dragon character. It's kind of hard to contend with, I'm going to be honest. This is a very interesting agglomeration of units for Renataki. I think, on average, it would have a pretty good matchup. We probably want one more Cold One Knight. I don't know if you need a Medusa against Norska. Medusa is just too risky. Medusas are a nice unit, but they're too vulnerable to Skin Wolves. Skin Wolves will just pull a Medusa apart. You know, like in those old westerns where they'll, like, tie somebody to 2 horses and have the horse literally, like, pull them apart. That's what Skin Wolves will do, except the Bloodrack Medusa is basically like a bucket of KFC drumsticks. They're just gonna make suitcases out of the poor Medusa. Their armor is too low. That's the problem on these things. The terror is nice, the damage to infantry is nice, but you've got plenty of answers with all these Witch Elves. Getting rid of the Medusa and getting one more Cold One Knight is a really good idea because there's a lot of mass that you have to contend with against Norska. They're gonna have Skin Wolves. They're gonna have chariots, probably. You need to be able to keep those from just totally running roughshod over you. I think Norska just needed to be more patient in that game. If Otto had just held up and not overpressed early, especially with Wulfric, he was just getting hammered in the early game, I think you have a much better odds for Norska winning that game. They were right on the verge of figuring it out. We could do some more Norska. Norska into Dowie is a fairly fun matchup, actually, but I think we want to see something a little bit more unique. With Mr. Fly's Zinch build here against Smoky Loco, this is bananas. Look at this. Triple Doom Knight. 2 Zangor is going to be the only cap weight on the ground. You got a Fury and the Shrieking Skyrays. And I have a feeling this is going to be the Chaos Sorcerer Lord with Zinch magic. Oh, no. Searing Doom. Oh my god. Searing Doom into Ogres again. I don't know why people seem to want to bring Searing Doom into Ogres. It's not that good against Ogres. Ogres, I really actually think that Blue Fire would be really strong against Lead Belchers. Am I wrong for thinking that? I swear I've seen in the past the kind of work it can do. If you had Blue Fire, you could just use it to kill one of the Lead Belchers. Then you don't have to dive so aggressively onto the Ogre Kingdoms. The Ogres do have a lot of mass here. If you get caught on the ground one time with your Doom Knights, you're in big doo-doo. Shrieking Skyrays throw down their first Lamprey's Bite. It nails the Gnoblars, good damage, but, again, consider the time and place and opportunities for better casts. Pigback Knights, again, being ignored. It's a 550 gold unit, and they're fairly dangerous. That you do need to actually deal with those guys. I'd love to see a little bit more of a concerted effort by people to break down the Pigback Knights, because their disoriented effect is actually really painful. Lowers speed by 30%, plus the melee defense and melee attack that you lose. Gets really obnoxious. Searing Doom hitting the Ogre Bulls here, but really it's the Doom Knights doing all the damage there. Mr. Fly with a little bit of a value lead, and you got a ton of Blood Vultures coming in. I actually think Blood Vultures are the last thing you want to call in right now, because there's so many Doom Knights, plus Furies of Tzeentch. What I think you'd actually want as Smoky Loco right now is a Mournfang Great Weapon, because those Mournfang Great Weapons will shred a Doom Knight that gets caught on the ground. Plus Shrieking Skyrays as well. That's what the real money would be. Beautiful Searing Doom coming down here. That's the kind of opportunity that you're looking for. This is usually not something that the Ogre Kingdoms are going to allow happen. This is a little too much blobbing. Really what you want for the Ogre Kingdoms is... What you want for the Ogre Kingdoms in terms of engagements in the front line is you want, like, a Gnoblar and then an Ogre Bolt directly on top of them, and you kind of want that all the way down with good spacing so that you have clean fights and you still have lots of maneuver room. When you get bunched up like this as Ogre Kingdoms, their units are actually, you know, bulky, right? Like, they do have a tendency to stop one another from being able to, cleanly disengage. Mr. Fly, though, is continuing to pile into this fight. I don't know if there's going to be enough punching power and momentum to carry this through to the endgame. Gnoblars are capping the point away from the Blue Horrors. No, Blue Horrors are slowly taking it. It's not great. Zangors do not want to chase a Gnoblar into the Shadow Realms. But it does look like Mr. Fly is going to win this. The Doom Knights are taking a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, it seems like they're going to be able to grind down the remaining Blood Vultures. The Pigback Knights by themselves are not going to be able to finish all of these units. They're a great tool for imbuing the disorientated effects and then hammering home with some other heavy hitters that the Ogre Kingdoms have. Just too many cheap Ogre Kingdoms units, I would say. Oh yeah, Searing Doom all over the Pigback Knight's face. Actually shattering that unit, that's going to be a big loss, man. One of the last anti-large units that you've got out on the field is the Ogre Kingdoms, outside of the maybe one or two scattered Pigback Knights that are elsewhere on the field. But they are not doing well in their engagements right now. The Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch are doing a pretty good job of getting their javelins online and poking down the bulls from this fight, and that's leaving the Gnoblars by themselves, scrapping against Zangors, who will just pound them endlessly. Over and over again, they should be able to grind very effectively there. Doom Knights with good value, 1100, 1300, I believe the other one had 1300 also. Yeah, a little bit more than that. Doing such a good job of occupying the Ogre's attention. And a triple cap for Tzeentch, actually. I just realized that. Really nice. I mean, Smokey is really on the back foot. continues summoning out more and more basic Ogre Bulls. Maybe if you're able to break all these Doom Knights in a minute or two here, you can find some kind of way into this, but you've actually got a lot of Tzeentch infantry on the field. Plus you have to also contend with the throwing axes and the Centaurs. Centaurs need to get out of here. You know, they're very bad in sustained fights. You can see their sustained stats are pretty poor. It's really the shock damage and the AP that these guys are good for. Just keep them on the move. Don't let them sit still for too long. And find a way to save your Lord here. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord is getting hammered right now. Big loss for Tzeentch. Gets isolated against the Tyrant. The Tyrant is putting some work in against that guy. 1,500 value on the Tyrant now. I love these guys. The vibes I get from them are like they're a character from like Conan the Barbarian, you know, like the Schwarzenegger version. They seem like the kind of enemy that he fights in like one of the side quest type adventures that he's always on. Tzeentch Lord stuck on the ground, can't quite get away right now. All this mass, man. The Ogre's mass is their real selling point. They're actually starting to get a little bit of pushback. They've equalized the value somewhat. They are collapsing on the Marauder Horsemen here, and there's not a Doom Knight left on the map, basically. Oh, never mind, there's one unit left. 14 models, 1,500 value, so they paid for themselves. Chasing down some Noblars. Fresh Centaur out on the field. Pretty good harassment here. Centaur is just finishing up Ogre Bulls that are overextending. Zangor's anchoring with them. Marauder Horsemen need to get away. Definitely don't want to leave them to fight the Tyrant. Tyrant will kill these guys with no problem. A little surprised that the Tyrant doesn't at least have his passive heal. Tyrants have a... what's it called? Snacks. They have an ability called Snacks that gives them a 0.1 heal per second in melee combat. It's pretty good, you know, just for extra survivability, and they're very strong otherwise, as is. I do prefer Golg, ultimately. I think he's the strongest option for the Ogre Kingdoms, but if you don't have the DLC, obviously, you can go with the Tyrant to have an actual combat character, and he'll do fairly well into a lot of matchups. The lack of the Mournfangs is the big problem for the Ogre Kingdoms. They ground down the Doom Knights eventually, but by the time they did so, Tzeentch just replaced all of the lost units across the battlefield, and it has such an almost insurmountable lead in the tickets that, with your fairly beleaguered forces as the Ogre Kingdoms here, I don't see how you can even cap 2 objectives. I mean, it's going to be an uphill climb from wire to wire here. Smokey also losing 2 Ogre Bulls out on this side of the battlefield. On the center objective, while trying to take the #1, is not ideal. Keeping them with your Lord and trying to maintain kind of a Death Star with the Ogre Kingdoms is probably the best way that you could play this battlefield situation. Ogres are very fast. They can quickly outmaneuver infantry, and then all you would have to contend with is the horsemen and then any subsequent Doom Knight summons and whatnot. Just playing a hit-and-run game with all your Ogre Bulls, just bum-rushing down the infantry and steamrolling them with their charge bonuses and weapon strength would be a good strategy for just, like, capturing the objectives in quick succession. Summoning these Ogre Bulls out alone, you can see they just don't work without Noblars. Noblars are just so important for the success of the Ogre Infantry. Because they're low armor and fairly low melee defense, they're offensively oriented. You want the Noblars to be mucking up the works, while the Ogre Bulls are the ones getting all of the rear charges and decisive engagements going. Centaurs have mopped up a ton of bodies. 583 value and 221 kills. They were just schwacking the remains of, like, Noblars and Pigback Riders around the field. Tzeentch Caster Lord is back. With him returning to the fold, it's yet another thing going against the Ogres. Leadership could have been a problem for the Tzeentch forces without their Lord available, but not that big of a deal now. Good Searing Doom, could have done a little bit more, but, you know, I mean, damage is damage, and you don't want to be too exacting with magic at times. Sometimes you really do need to take some risks with using it. Centaurs get caught. They didn't retreat far enough. This is a really small thing. This is a little bit of a nitpick. When you're retreating with Centaurs, don't run like 20 meters. There's no reason to. These guys have 92 speed. Get them out. Like, genuinely retreat Centaurs of Tzeentch out of combat entirely. Take advantage of that barrier. I mean, the delay on the recharge is a little bit brutal. It's 30 seconds. It's a long time to have to wait, but I promise you it's worth it. Centaurs are so good with perfect vigor. If you can keep their barrier up on these Centaurs of Tzeentch, they are a value trade machine. They're really good into the Ogre Kingdoms, too. Because they punish Mournfangs pretty hard. Mournfang Cavalry have a hard time catching Centaurs, and Centaurs can kind of bait the Mournfang Cavalry into bad open field engagements where you can swarm the Mournfangs with numbers. And you can hammer the rear with the Centaurs at that point, and really just mess up one of the strongest Ogre Kingdom units. But you never saw them come out here. Centaurs just kind of played mop-up duty. So they never really value traded that well, but the job they did was fairly indispensable. Ogres are really annoying with their Noblars rallying at stealing back points, and Tzeentch did a great job of making sure that didn't really happen. Ogres were only ever able to capture one point, and, you know, there's a Centaur of Tzeentch about to go resecure that anyways. Look at the bodies, man. Oh, the after-battle carnage is so satisfying to see. Like, there's so many interesting, like, things that you can learn from the aftermath of a battle, you know? Like, knowing that you got stuffed up back here as the Ogre Kingdoms, you have to figure out how to, bring in the right kind of units to break that stalemate. What did Smoky Loca have in return? Didn't have any Mournfang great weapons. Did have Maneater great weapons. That's the other option. Maneater great weapons are honestly just as good in a lot of ways. The Firebelly never came out. It was just so desperate to try and save the Leadbelchers. It was a great dive, dude. I mean, this Flying Goon Squad, I was skeptical, but Mr. Fly, man, did an amazing job of value trading with these guys. 2,000 value here, 1,400, 1,200. They're 1,500, so with the up trade on the one and the solid performances from the other two, that's really all you needed from them. And the Furies and the Shrieking Skyrays were also damn strong. With the value you got from the Sorcerer Lord, everything else in the army was just occupying space and making sure that you have the cap situation going in your favor. Do not watch Daceburg's replay on stream. I'm afraid we're gonna have to, Sharky. It's a new player tournament. We've all gotta learn and take our lumps. I took mine many times. I'll try and be nice about any mistakes as much as possible. I don't want to discourage anybody. The multiplayer is very complicated. It's really easy to have misapprehensions about how units work and the interactions between other factions. So really, I just want to be as informative as possible with my my casts. You would think Overcast Final Transmutation would be a backbreaker, but Final Transmutation is very bad against infantry. It is not that effective. It would do okay damage to the Ogre Bulls. Honestly, the Searing Dooms were way more cost-effective than I thought they would be. I didn't think that they were going to be very impactful, but because you got such a compacted engagement, it ended up being incredible. Way better than Final Transmutation would. Final Transmutation, you'd probably get 2 casts while that fight is going on, and you'd probably get about 1,000 value, which is, like, good. Not spectacular, though. The Searing Dooms added up to 2,100. I really do prefer the cheaper spell. Ogre Kingdoms are weird, because there's not a lot of magic that's genuinely excellent against them. Death Magic and the Fire Magic, I think, are the best, because Death Magic, you can put pressure on their lords. Ogre Kingdoms have bad leadership. If you Lord Snipe them, they fall apart pretty fast. And the Fire Magic, I mentioned it earlier in stream. Clearing out Noblars is a great way to immediately make the Ogre Kingdoms look and feel like a bad faction, because without Noblars, they can't do anything. Hello? Okay. People messaging me. I don't have time for that right now. Anyways. What do we have here? We got... trying to find some matchups that we haven't been seeing a bunch of. Let's actually take a peek here at a little bit of Tomb King's action. Very range-focused Tomb King's army. I don't hate it. I mean, Tomb Kings do want to play around their ranged tools, but the skeleton archers on foot you need to be really careful with, because they're very flimsy. And Kislev does have lots of armored infantry, and they did bring a lot of them.
We have trained for this. We cannot fail. We shall not fail.
So the thing I'm worried about for the Tomb Kings here is, one, there's a little Grom on the field.
Victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Little Grom is excellent against stuff like Chosen of the Gods. Little Grom should definitely maneuver over, get into position, and start hammering the Chosen. Hitting the Skeleton Horse Archers, I don't love. I like the cap here, but I would pull the Horse Archers over and actually have the Kislev Horse Archers try and skirmish down the Skellies. Skellies are a little bit weaker than the Kislev Horse Archers. It's a little bit of an even trade at the end of the day because of the price differential between these guys. But the Kislev Horse Archers do a little more damage. I believe they shoot faster. No, they got the same reload time. They do more damage, and they also tend to be a little bit more accurate in my experience. With good micro, you're usually going to be able to poke down your undead counterpart. Don't want to sit and get hit, though. Definitely not the ticket there. Brutal damage from Little Grom. Bye-bye Chosen of the Gods. They lost 4 models from 1 shot. They are behind a nice little shot blocker here. Trees do block Little Grom shots. Even these really teeny, itty-bitty trees block entire cannonballs. Destructible terrain would be kind of cool to see in Warhammer 40k. Just to get off topic a little bit. It'd be fun to see. Screaming Skull Catapult's fairly effective against Kislev. Little Groms can destroy the actual artillery pieces themselves, though. Usually fairly accurate at it. Little surprised that they missed there. Kislev is being very nice to the front line of the Tomb Kings. Even though there's a bunch of skeleton archers in here, including the armor sundering Arawar, your guys still have silver shields. They're not worried about the skeleton warriors doing damage to them. They could value trade pretty effectively if they just start getting up in the face of the Tomb Kings here. And here is where the meat and potatoes of the game is going to get played out in real time. Really good Usirians on the Winged Lancers. Winged Lancers are thinking about pulling out. That's actually a good re-engagement, because there's no way you're going to escape from here. The really tattered Nahakar Horsemen would just chase down the Winged Lancers. Kotep is doing a good job of helping the Tomb Kings not get totally dunked on in this fight, but it's not going amazingly. You can see the Kosovoite Dervishes are holding their own against the Skeleton Horsemen right now. Winged Lancers should really get in on the increased numbers of horsemen here. They could have saved themselves. They had 40-something models. A good charge from the Winged Lancers there. Probably would have halved the HP on that Skeleton Horseman. Really good play from Vekos, actually. This is very patient engagements playing out here. Kislev is not microing their horse archers around well enough. They've been stationary way too long, and they're just getting pounded by, like, Chosen of the Gods. Skeleton horse archers are hitting them. You can see that the Skelly horse archers are really not getting that much value, but they're a lot cheaper. So their poor performance is a lot less of a weight on their faction as it is on Kislev. Dervish is diving real deep here. If this was something like a Griffin Legion, I would say it's a good attempt, but those guys have 125 armor. Kosovite Dervishes only have 25. And you can see here, going really deep and getting punished by Nehakara Horsemen now, who are a pretty good light cavalry unit. Frontline, now that Kislev's actually engaged here, you can see that they are, you know, grinding away. They should be able to turn all of the Skeleton Warriors into dust without too big of an issue for their Armored Kossars. You just don't want the Blessed Legion and these other guys to really chew you up, because that can happen pretty quickly. I would have focused the Hawks of Miska here. That way you can hammer down the Armor Sundering unit. You can see, even with the focus fire, Armored Kossars are still doing a pretty good job of staying alive. Ice Witch is just running around on a horseback, not really going to contribute much in a sustained fight. She is disrupting these guys, though, and there is something to be said for just keeping the Blessed Legion from being able to fire consistent volleys off. It is going to allow your Armored Kossars to break through here. You can see the Skeleton Warriors just are getting brutalized. I mean, even against this Armored Kossar that is down to bare bones amounts of HP, they're still beating the crap out of these warriors. Fight over here is going to be a very long grind. The Armored Kossars are stuffed perfectly off the point by Vekos. That is a 500 IQ play there for sure. Really good positioning on the Skeleton Spears. Obviously been practicing and looking really strong. Gotta save the Skeleton Archers, though. You can't let Winged Lancers get in on you like this. Last thing that you want to allow happen. Little bit of a weird charge, though. They don't quite chunk through the HP of the Skeletons. They actually end up surrounding them in this pocket, and that's not really going to do them a lot of favors. Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance goes down on them as well. Brutal Hawks of Miska and a Hailstorm, I think, on the Screaming Skull Catapult. Crushing that crew. They're going to crumble out in just a matter of moments here. Their leadership is not recovering from that, I don't think. So, good plays by Kislev. They're in the game still, but it's looking a little rough for them. Chosen of the Gods died, which is huge. You need to get that little Grom to do some kind of impactful damage here. Probably just hitting pockets of horsemen is the best bet for it. This is a bug, I'm pretty sure. There's nothing obstructing Little Grom here. It's probably on fire at will, but sometimes, especially I've noticed in undead matchups and matchups against, like, demons, if Little Grom's target crumbles out, it does this weird bug where it just refuses to fire again. The way that you get rid of this is you just give it a move order and then order it to fire. People can sometimes fall asleep on their artillery micro, but it's very important to have your artillery min-maxed in terms of what they're hammering down. because they're such a strong tool for facilitating aggression and dragging your opponent into your line of fire and really forcing them to kind of overextend themselves. It's a bit of a shame that Kislev wasn't really able to force forward the Tomb Kings the way they wanted. It seemed like Box's game plan was to post up and use the damage from Little Grom to maybe get the Tomb Kings to overpress. But Vekos was really patient this game and has done a really good job of not overextending for the most part. This is definitely an overextension. Horsemen charging into Kossars, or Kislevite warriors, I should say. The halberd infantry. Just a really bad idea. They're not going to win that. They're a fairly expensive cavalry unit at 650 gold as well. You don't want to see them get hammered in the back line like that. Ushapti summon in a really good position, man. Mucking up this fight with the Winged Lanciers, Dervishes, and the Streltsy. They probably won't get more than like 500 value here. I've got another 20 seconds thereabouts to value trade, but it is very disruptive. It's continuing to allow the triple cap in for the Tomb Kings, and they're doing a great job of hanging on to it. Definitely the best Hawks of Miska that we've seen so far. Really the big problem for Kislev is that they just haven't been able to get through all of the skeleton warriors cleanly, and then their mobility fights have been a little chaotic. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. It ended a little bit suddenly. That's okay though, we can just see the value trades. The horse archers, I would just leave them at home next time. Tomb Kings do have quite a few tools to hammer these guys. Horse archers are a useful unit. Maybe you keep a couple in reserve or something like that. Beautiful Kotet play. He was kept very safe. He was popping buff spells. He hammered the cavalry with Usirians. Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance is double strength Melkoth's, and it shows it in the value. It is so brutal. It's very hard to take mobility fights against the Tomb Kings in the early game because of it. Maybe instead of doing the 3 horse archers, you go double Little Grom and get them set up so they can get a little bit of crossfire going, and do a Druzhina to restock them, and then you can have the Frost Maiden with Tempest Magic with the same spell kit. It's just an idea. It might help against that Vekos build. Because that was just, you know, wall of infantry. And good selective engagements against the front line of Kislev. Kislev did some good stuff there, but they just ran out of momentum, especially because their Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion didn't trade well. Yeah, Flock of Doom can also do good work to the Ogre Kingdoms. It's a fun build, 40% chance that it works. I mean, 40% of the time it works every time. Why wouldn't you go for that? It's brilliant. Absolutely flawless reasoning to me. You know, go for it, man. Let me check where bracket's at. I do want to do semis and finals live, if possible. I'd love to not miss that. We're in round 4. Okay, cool. Cool. We'll do one more round 2 game. Let's actually watch. Unironically, I enjoy mirror matches. I find that most people don't bring very similar builds in mirrors. They're often quite experimental. And I think that adds to the flavor a lot. Because because people hate mirror matches so much, you just don't see them very often. And I think because of that, they actually unironically are kind of fun. So you got the Lord, he's got the Star Metal Plate and Iron Morden's Hammer, so he's got perfect vigor above 50% leadership, and Star Metal Plate also debuffing when his leadership is good. Belegar is coming in for Hattie. Excuse me, guys. On the verge of sneezing here. My body can't figure it out, so I guess I'm not going to sneeze. Anyways, got Pete Gateguard coming in. Really cool business. Belegar is an incredibly hard character to kill. He's got a buffoonish amount of health for an infantry-sized character. So most infantry-sized characters have around 45 to 5,000 health at the upper end. And Belegar just straight up is 12 HP shy of 6,000. He is honestly kind of the best option for the Dowie if you want like a combat character that you're just not that worried about. Like, you can literally just send Belegar into a fight and just leave him engaged there for ages. There's very little peel that you need for him. The regular Dowie Lord can be fairly similar, but he is, you know, 1,000 points off of the total of Belegar. He's not quite as hardy. And his items are conditional on his leadership, and it's high, but 75 is, like, only as good as a Chaos Warrior, ultimately. So it's a little susceptible. He can definitely lose the benefits of this fairly quickly if he starts taking a bunch of damage. Double Cannon is wearing down the front line Kitty, doing a pretty good job of, you know, focus firing different targets. Pete Gateguard about to get hammered by the cannon fire. It's going to be devastating for these guys. Very expensive unit. I think they're 1,600 gold. Or 15... No, they're 1,550, I think. Which is a arm and a leg to pay for a unit of this caliber. I mean, they're damn good if they get into combat, but if is a big if. Ulthar's Raiders and some Ranger Great Weapons waiting in the wings. Kitty forcing Hattie out of position is going to make for a very, very rough game, potentially, for our boy here. But look at Belegar. Belegar and the Nordgrimling's Ironbreakers are actually kind of pummeling this thing here, which is really nice. These guys do have an Encourage aura, so they stiffen up the leadership on the Dwarf Warriors. Pete Gateguard are overlapped with a Miner here for Hattie, which is not something that you ever want to see. So what you need to do here is the Pete Gateguard just engage, and the Miners are the ones you need to push up into the back line so that you can keep the Pete Gateguard in a position where they can do maximum damage, despite being focused down by artillery and other missiles. Hattie's pressure into the back line does get intercepted by some Dowie Warriors, doing a good job of anchoring here. A little bit of a fold up here. Pete Gateguard doing a good job of helping the Miners push through in a pretty timely manner. Belegar is fighting the Brotherhood of Grimnir with the Nordgrimling's Ironbreakers. I actually don't know who would win this. I actually think the Brotherhood of Grimnir do. Although Ironbreakers are just such a ridiculously tanky unit, there's no way of knowing. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that one. I think with Belegar there, it's a win for Hattie. That's a big if, though, because the Ranger Great Weapons are repositioning, and they can absolutely chunk down the Nordgrimlings. These guys do have really good AP damage, and when you're engaged in melee, you do not get to benefit from your shield. Once you're engaged in combat, you've got all the same weaknesses as any other infantry unit in melee to missiles. Skyhammer Squadron just gets absolutely dunked on here. Cannons, nailing them. Anti-air cannons might be a little ridiculous, but, I mean, hey, if the Dowie are going to figure out a way to make it happen, it's going to be them. These Kaden crews are gonna get some serious accolades when they make it back to the Karak. Whichever one of their holds that they're returning to, they're gonna be feted as heroes for forcing their traitorous Dowie kin here. Some really ugly engagements. And look at Kitty sneaking the middle objective, getting around Hattie's flank with some of the unengaged infantry, and just grabbing that number 2. Definitely should collapse on the back of that fight. Either that or push for the number 3 and secure a triple cap. Dowie are really slow, so I mean, if you just bring a miner out for Kitty to go sit on the number 1, you'll have plenty of time to respond to something else if your opponent tries to go cap that number 1 objective there. Ranger Great Weapons coming forward, a lot of those. Fairly uncommon unit, but they've done some really good work here, man. They've really hammered down the Peak Gate Guard, especially. Little overlap there. Got to be careful with the spacing on your range tools. You want to make sure that they advance parallel to one another. You don't want them all mixed together, because that's where you can end up with a situation that they are obstructing each other. There's a ton of collateral damage occurring, and it can get kind of ugly. The organ guns are not in a good spot. They are obstructed by trees here. A lot of their shots are probably hitting the trees, in fact. You can actually see it there. They even friendly fired a few of their own guys. Oh my god. Gracious me. Organ guns, what are you up to, baby? These Dowie cannons are, they're, you know, I mean, this isn't like an incredible artillery map. But here's the thing about the artillery, is that there are avenues that you can find to, you know, set up, get decent lines of sight, and still hammer opponents on the objectives. It's not ever going to be ideal here, but it really isn't that bad. Brotherhood of Grimnir are still alive. The Norgrimling Ironbreakers obviously did not win the fight. Very unfortunate. I really thought there was potential with Belagar there, but the bodies and the general situation with all the firepower available on the field did kind of mean that the Norgrimlings were a little cooked. There's just no way for them to be able to sit safely and continue to value trade. Look at the, is that a cannon shot that destroyed that organ gun? Oh, it is. It certainly is. From downtown, dude. Oh my god, cannons have crazy range. 440 meters is pretty ridiculous. Organ guns are at 300. They have really good damage output, but they have to actually hit shots for that to count for anything. And again, because they're positioned behind those trees, they keep shooting into them. So you got Thunderers moving up. Just a little bit of a... I think this game is pretty well in hand. Kitty is such a dominant ticket lead, cap weight on all of the objectives, an advantage there. Then the value trading is just getting wildly out of hand. 6,000 up right now. Oh, Kitty actually bringing out the Peak Gate Guard over on the other side. And wow, these guys are the ones putting in the work. Kind of sneaky. Okay, I like it, dude. And here comes Hattie's Brotherhood of Grimnir. Mirror matches are very unserious. Maybe that's another reason why I enjoy them. I can get down with some unserious mirror match type of shenanigans. Brotherhood of Grimnir is trying to collapse on the Peak Gate Guard, but Kitty's micro is great, man. Just pulls that elite infantry unit out of combat and sends in a miner to get slaughtered in their place. You know, some, like, almost Skaven-like tactics from the Dowie. We're gonna have to... You know, we're gonna pull the mask off of Kitty at the end of this game, and it's gonna be Old Man Throt or something underneath. You know, trying to Scooby-Doo the dwarves with some you know, mega weird disguise shenanigans. I'm getting way too into that. Anyways, very dominant win for Kitty here. Look at this Dowie. He's a little too happy about being on the losing end of this match, I think. Oh, wait, is that Hattie's or Kitty's units? It's actually, wow, dude, they got deep into the back line then. Right? I've lost him. No, where is he? Oh, whatever, you know. You spot some, and then you lose them. Combat in here has got to be pretty vicious. I can't imagine fighting a dwarf. Everything that you read about in, like, the Gotrek and Felix books is just that they're short, but they weigh more than humans do, and they're like 90% freaking muscle, dude, so I can only imagine that if a Dowie, like, punched you in the chest as a normal human, they could probably break ribs and maybe even kill you, if they hit you hard enough. Kinslayers are not honored. Well, you know what? That's fine, because I'm not a huge Dowie fan, so if they want to dishonor one another, brutalizing each other in combat, then that's fine by me. Good for them. Keep it up, guys. Dowie are cool. They're just not really my, they're not really my cup of tea. I'm much more into, like I said, I'm much more into aggressive factions. Just don't really, click with, ranged, focused armies. Kislev is, like, the closest one. And, it's kind of my preference. Ooh, okay. Well, we'll get to that one. I'll get to that one. I'm very excited that worked out for you, Otto. I just saw the message you sent me on Discord if you're in here. I'm glad that it worked out. That's like the whole point of me handing out some of these builds when people ask for them. Because matchups can be really tricky. It can take a long time to figure out matchups because some factions just don't have a lot of people playing them, right? Like Norska, like Tzeentch, like Skaven, and when you run into, in Vampire Coast, when you run into players who are really good on those factions, it can really trip you up. Or just because there's not that many people playing your chosen faction, there might not be a whole lot of info floating around in the Warhammer sphere. So you don't really know like what the most effective tools can be for any given matchup. And, you know, just a really quick disclaimer, guys. Like, I am very experienced at the game, but I am not the one and only. Like, all of my builds and advice should be taken with a grain of salt. There's only so much you can do in-game to limit mistakes, because there's so many units on the field, there will always be small errors in judgment and timing and positioning that will happen, and it's being able to figure out how to play around those mistakes and find opportunities in spite of them, or sometimes even because of them, that separates, like, the top players from everybody else. So don't be afraid to experiment, don't be afraid to take chances, and you know, remember it's all subjective anyways. It's a freaking video game, so, you know, don't take it too seriously. It's fun, it's enjoyable, but it's not the end-all be-all of, you know, life's experience, I would say. Maybe that's getting a little bit too deep into this. I guess ultimately what I'm trying to say is if you're having fun, keep having fun. Don't let this game get you down. If you ever find yourself getting frustrated with this game, just walk away for a bit and just come back to it and try and, you know, find your way back in. Oftentimes taking a break and coming back to something can kind of unlock a mental block, and you can kind of find a new level. I don't know who we want to watch here. I do want to see some round 3 action, because we've spent a while on round 1 and 2. You know what? Let's get Sharky in here again. We haven't seen him in a minute. Bring in the Blood Speaker again. I am liking this, you know. I experimented a lot with the Blood Speaker when he came out, and I just never really clicked with this guy. You can bring some really good wide builds, though. I'm not sure how the Korngors into the Skaven are going to work, though. In my experience, Korngors are just not able to clear all the clan rats and stuff, and they do get shredded pretty badly by range from the Skaven. But we'll see. I mean, a good engagement from Khorne, like good patient Khorne play and one decisive push can absolutely crush a Skaven front line. You have not seen domination quite like Khorne steamrolling a Skaven army. It is genuinely one of the most satisfying things to see. Hellforge Bellowers is going to be a bit of a problem. It can actually do really good damage to Avalanche Mortars and Deathglobe Bombardiers and stuff. It's a very good counterpiece for them. What the hell is this? Oh, Brass Orb going down. Okay, I like it. I mean, a little bit of damage on 2 Korngors. Spell resistance will keep those guys fairly healthy. They're not going to suffer too badly. Ika gets hammered for 500 HP by the Hellforge Bellowers. You know, its damage versus single entities, it doesn't look great with just like 1 or 2 shots, but if you commit to hammering down your opponent's single entities with the Hellforge Bellowers, it really does actually add up with all of the ammo that they have. Really nice Fleshhound dive, and Collective is a little slow to defend this position. The Deathglobe Bombardiers are actually folding up their own front line a little bit. I know it's just a Skaven slave, but they need to be careful because Khorne could get up into the middle of this formation and really start to shut it down. Chaos Warhounds and some Korngors finding the Doomflayer is going to be able to handle them, and the Jezzail's going down is bad news because that means Hellforge Bellowers is only answerable to Ikit. Now, Ikit does get a really good Flensing Ruin off. He is hammering the Hellforge Bellowers right now, but he's not nearly as good in melee combat as this thing is. This artillery piece has 50 melee attack at base, which is actually kind of insane. There was, before the range nerf and the vortex damage nerf to the Hellforge Bellowers, I actually recommended that they reduce its melee attack and melee defense. The changes it got instead were, honestly, I think, probably a little bit more appropriate, maybe better, but, you know, to each their own. I think there are a number of things that they could have done to adjust. Hellforge Bellowers firing into the blobs here. The weapon teams are so locked down right now. The Globadiers are starting to get free, and they could start throwing down some serious damage. They've already paid for themselves. Doomflayers are doing okay, struggling a little bit. Khorne really needs to get in here and kill the Bombardiers. The Avalanche Mortars are on death's bed. All you need is maybe something to get in and do that last little bit of damage to really finish them off. You do have the Soul Grinder coming in. I like the Soul Grinder. I'm a huge fan, actually. I think it's low-key really good against factions like the Skaven. Skaven Greenskins, Bretonia. These things cause a lot of leadership problems. They're the cheapest terror-causing unit on the Khorne roster, actually. They've got good combat stats. Their shotgun cannon actually does a lot of damage to a lot of different types of targets. Plus it debuffs leadership by 10, just by firing the cannon and hitting something. Ikit needs to be real careful. If you think Khorne is bad when their lords go down, Skaven are an absolute nightmare faction if they lose their leadership. They cannot do anything without Ikit. He's trying to pull away now. Hellforge Bellowers needs to get out of this fight. It does not want to stay in here. Honestly, a little lucky that the Deathglobe Bombardiers haven't turned their attention over to hammering the Bellowers. Sharky does have a value lead. We'll see how true it is. I mean, if you're going to shred Rat Ogres like this... Oh, that's gross, dude. A little sad that we missed that. And a Doomflayer running as well. I mean, if you're going to kill some of these expensive units that hard, that is one way to really start to get back in this game. Warblock Jezzails have rallied, but Collective not really wizened onto that yet. But Sharky, with good battlefield awareness, sees a Khorngor that's rallying, sending him in to go after the Jezzails here. Soul Grinder pummeling Ikit. 1,200 value on the Soul Grinder right now. It needs to get off here and go finish Ikit. If it can chase him off the field or outright kill Ikit, I don't think that the Skaven can beat Khorne at that point, because their leadership is going to be absolutely abysmal with the -16. Soul Grinder getting caught by the Rat Ogres, though. This is devastating. This could be a moment where you start to see momentum flip a little bit, maybe. If you can withdraw this Soul Grinder in good order and find a way to compromise this backfield just one more solid time, that's where you can get work in. Ikit actually just did more damage to his own Rat Ogres than that Soul Grinder. What is it? Storm Demon, yeah, being used there. Kind of bouncing off the Soul Grinder. I think it impacted into the Rat Ogres and only lightly penetrated through them into the sky. Very unfortunate. Chaos Warhounds get nuked by the Avalanche Mortars, but Fleshhounds finish them off in short order. Hellforge Bellowers still going strong, 1,800 value, tons of ammo on this thing. It's fighting the Doomflayers right now, and you can see it actually kind of beating this Doomflayer unit. With its melee attack, dude, it is capable of doing some serious work there. Little bit of an issue with cap weight, though, and Sharky's Blood Speaker has been caught out here, and that is going to be painful. That could be GG. This Soul Grinder's leadership is pretty low. Ikit is still alive, and you get another Rat Ogre summon. The Skaven could just throw bodies out here and really start to cause some serious issues. I think Sharky might have been a little too aggressive getting into the backfield. With the Hellforge Bellowers, you can build up a decent amount. You can avoid a lot of the Jezzail fire, and then slowly work on killing the Deathglow Bombardiers with the Bellowers in the meantime. Once you kill the Deathglow Bombardiers, that's when you probably want to engage. You just keep all your infantry out of the maximum range of the artillery piece, the Bombardiers. So Blood Speaker's running off the field. I don't see him rallying. I think he's gonna, yeah, I think he's gonna run off. But that's not the end of the world for Khorne. They'll lose leadership for a little bit here, but it will rally eventually. It'll go back to normal. It'll go from -16 to -10 to, you know, being mitigated entirely after a certain amount of time. Khorngor's grinding down a Doomflayer over here. Fury's helping with that as much as they can. They're not really suited for that. It's a little unfortunate. Soul Grinder gets his Relentless Rage. I'm sure you saw it, but it actually scared a full health Wolf Rat off the field entirely. Fleshhounds should actually engage these Wolf Rats there. These Fleshhounds should come kill the Rat Ogres. Khorne should actually play for value here. They're doing a pretty good job of grinding down the expensive stuff. They just need to figure out a way to clear the Clan Rats that are on the field. If they do that, then they're in a really good spot. Oh man, and Ikit actually died. I guess the Soul Grinder did kill him. I did not get a chance to see it, but it says the Skaven Lord is dead, so that is a perpetual -10 penalty. Unlike Lords routing off the field, that is not going to be a situation where the leadership recovers at any point. Somehow the Bellowers is hanging in here with one leadership right now. Incredible job keeping this thing alive right now. I think it's going to crumble out now, though. Demonic Instability is super punishing. That's going to be very unfortunate. But the Khorngors might be able to help hammer against these Rat Ogres and grind them down. The Fleshhounds have been a big nuisance for the Skaven. They just keep routing all the wolf rats and the rat ogres.
One of your units has been
Very hard for the
destroyed.
Skaven to anchor the objectives right now. They have found a way to do it on the number 3 over here. It's a lot of low-tier units, though. And here on the number 2, things are quickly getting out of hand. You can see how quickly Fleshies and the Furies with their good weapon strength just shred these low armor rat ogres. Really unfortunate stuff happening here. Corngors can just hang on the number 1 and hold that down, while the Fleshhounds continue massacring Wolfrat after Wolfrat, dude. Stop summoning them in, please, Collective. They're not working, bro. I've been in this situation before, where I've just been throwing out inefficient answers, thinking that I was doing the right thing, but in fact I was very much bleeding value to my opponent. Just look how quickly they break, man. I mean, they have a base value of 34. With their Lord being dead, they've already lost almost a full third of their leadership, and that's just not a sustainable unit to have out on the field. Your best bet right now is getting Doomflayers and Clan Rats and just trying to kill all of Khorne's cap weight. I don't know how you do it, but I think that's your only option, really. Look at the backfield play from Sharky. Like, absolutely no fear, just getting all the way around into the back lines. Warhounds going after the Wolf Rats, and they get a beautiful charge off. They're going to rout these guys immediately. Huge win there. Fury's waiting in the wings. Corngors getting all the way around the back. The Wolf Rats just, like, being thrown into the meat grinder here, really. Marauders get run over by the Doomflayers a little bit. Some Corngors get in here, and they should be able to do a little bit of damage to the Doomflayers. Although they are doing a fairly good job of pulling out of combat before they get collapsed on. One Wolf Rat dying, the other doing some good damage to the Marauders. Skaven might be able to recap this point, looking like the balance on it is wavering back and forth a little bit much. Skaven just collapsing en masse on the number 3, though, and that's going to be a cap on the number 3 regardless. Skaven could gut out a win on the middle. I think they have taken the point here. How have they not taken the point? Oh my god, mass routes developing. The Clan Rats losing their nerve, being pinched from multiple angles. You've got one unit hanging in there, but with the Fleshhounds and the Marauders kind of mucking up the works. Doomflayers can't pull out because of the Fleshhounds as well. Ending up being a losing fight, and that's going to be Collective tapping out there. Crazy game. Just bonkers play from Sharky. Like, really out-of-the-box aggression with all these Fleshhounds, and then Soul Grinder, which I just love to see, dude. Super cool unit. Got a 1952 value. I mean, that's paying for itself. That's an uptrade. Not only that, but I saw that Wolfrat get Terror Routed off when it was at full health, which was... that had to feel really bad for Collective. And that's a 550 gold unit, so you can just chalk that up as a kill, essentially. I mean, it didn't do anything. Smooth. Smooth, 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 man. Alright, I think we're up into round 5 now. I think we can maybe get a couple more replays, and then we'll move on to, semis, and then finals. And once semis and finals are done, I'll do some more replays. I'm planning on streaming for another couple hours here. Oh, wow. Bruiser? Whoa, really? Okay. I mean, dude, you barely ever see bruisers get used, so you know what? Let's get a look at what Suga is cooking up here. It's a very different Ogre Kingdoms type of build. You got no bulls in the opener. You do still have the lead belchers, and obviously you got noblars. You got some trappers included this time. So you have some ranged little... I don't even know what... Are noblars like kin to goblins? Like, what the hell are these little things? I have no idea. Anyways, Bruiser gonna be rocking up. He's got Puncture, which is an armor sundering, melee attack boosting, Augment. Belly Stance is... Oh, okay. Oh, an AoE imbuement of expert charge defense. Wow, that's crazy. Okay. What, even on Noblars? Do they get it? Oh, he's got to be stationary, and then we can see. Just allied units. So, yeah, Noblars with expert charge defense? That's wild. Does it also imbue charge? It does imbue charge reflection. Oh, okay. Fireball going down on the Cold Voider, actually doing some good damage because of this thing's weakness to fire. It does have missile resistance, so that actually does mitigate some of the damage from Fireball, because the ranged damage does technically count as a missile. So that's a little unfortunate, but, you know, essentially the full amount that it could have done. Lead Belchers moving forward. They got a really good initial volley on the Marauder Horseman, and this follow-up one is probably going to finish the unit off. I mean, oh god, the brutality of Lead Belchers. They just do so much work. One of the best artillery pieces in the game. Well-protected Lead Belchers are very hard to get in on, and they're very hard to, avoid with 200 meters of range, right? I mean, it's a lot farther than you would think. They take up a lot of space on battlefields. And they're still fairly maneuverable. I mean, 42 foot speed is as fast as all the Beastman infantry. Yeah, you can hear that awful audio bug going now. It sounds like the Lore of Metals, spell effects being activated, but it isn't. It's just the rage mechanic. There's something weird about it in replays that causes it to make this noise. It can be a little irritating, but whatever. We'll just deal with it. One day CA will figure out how to fix it. I don't even know what the possible cost could be. Marauders are fighting in the front line, doing what they can. Beautiful Seafang. Bye-bye, Noblars. Gonna have a little bit of a breakthrough up onto this Lead Belcher, and the Cold Voider landing in on the other. Gonna be a really nice fight there. Mournfang, oh, Crushers, actually. Crushers with great weapons. Way out of position. Nobody around to peel the dragon off of the Cold Voider right now. Except for the Fire Belly, he drops his little Fire Breath. Does a little bit of damage to him. Rag Banner is available. He's going to get into combat. Lead Belchers need to get away. They do not want to stick around for that. But for all of the problems that are going on with the Ogre Kingdoms, it's looking a lot worse for the poor Norskins. They're just getting pounded right now by aggression. There's dual weapon Ogre Bulls and Blood Vultures aplenty all over the Marauder Spearmen on the #1 objective. Middle is capped right now, but a fairly strong hold in the #3 and a lot of routing Marauders currently. With the Lead Belchers fairly healthy too, and they're throwing down some serious firepower on the Hunter Javelins and the Marauder Champions, because these two units are a little bit too bunched up right now. Oh my god. Ew. It's the fact that every Lead Belcher shot kills models is the big thing about it. So, the Marauder Champions get into the fight. 100 Javelins not going to be able to recover, I'm sure. They're just so beat up. Cold Voider with some... Cold Voider with some good value. And a good breath attack you saw there. Hits the Crushers and the Bruiser. Doing a decent chunk of change to those guys. Fimir, great weapons getting into the battle now. Could kill the poor Firebelly here. Like I said, these guys can put down some good damage, but very aggressive orientation in terms of stats. Not very good at defending themselves. Tyrant comes over, and he's going to be helping these guys out. Spellcher is available as a spell, or an item for the Tyrant. And then he's also got snacks, so you can see him slowly healing a little bit of HP. It's not like the most incredible heals in the world, but steady and consistent. As long as he's not fighting anything too insanely powerful, oftentimes you can see him get 3,000 or 4,000 HP in healing from that ability. Cold Voider gets pushed back. Did get good value, of course, but it's just not looking good anywhere else, man. The infantry for Norska have just been so bad. They just can't do enough damage to the Noblars in the front line. The leadership is proving to just be way too flimsy on a lot of these units, man. Personally, for me, into the Ogre Kingdoms, I actually think you want to bring as little infantry as possible. What you want to do is bring, like, maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3, like, mid-tier infantry units that have good leadership. Get them forward onto a point and keep them as far away from lead belchers as possible, and then bring a ton of mobility. And if possible, if you're a faction that has a bunch of shooting, bring as much shooting as possible. Because the Ogres seem, on average, I would say, to be a faction that is geared towards beating melee factions at their own game, but also countering like mid-range shooting. What I mean by that is stuff like handgunners, crossbows, Marauder hunters and horsemen, stuff like that. They're very good at locking out at range and just not allowing you to fairly interact. If you want to beat the Ogre Kingdoms, you need to rush them, or you need to outrange them way worse than they can possibly do to you, because the shooting for the Ogre Kingdoms is fairly pricey, and their other ranged options is like Noblars, who are not going to be doing a whole lot of anything. You know, Flingers and Trappers can get good value, but it's usually not going to be carrying a game for you. You just need stuff to be able to handle the lead belchers. If you can figure out a way to do that, and then bring out enough like anti-large options to kill the Ogre Bulls, you should be in a fairly dominant position. Armored Skinwolves, danger close to the Mournfang Cav, just kind of sitting here a little bit, you know. Blesk needs to get those a little bit more active, and especially support the frontline fights. See the Marauder Champions here. An elite infantry unit with 1,300 value, Fimir with 15. If you look at all of the bad performances, or poor performances, at the very least, I should say, you're looking at all the Marauders, because they just can't hang long enough to really get any kind of fight going. Blood Vultures harassing the Marauder Horsemen. Got a big blob of Blood Vultures landing from the flank onto the Marauder Horsemen here, wearing them down, bringing them low, not allowing them any kind of respite or escape now.
One of your units has been
Final Transmutation hitting a lot of Ogre Kingdoms units here, but unfortunately I think it was targeted, maybe unintentionally, on the Blood Vultures, so it actually pulled the radius away from the Mournfangs and the Tyrant, which is where the real value would have been had. Norska's not out of this. Somehow Wolfric is alive over here. He's got 219 HP. He's got 0 and now 5 leadership. What a champion, dude. Wow, and then he just randomly breaks. Classic shenanigans. Firebelly kind of doing the same thing over here. He's real beat up. He's got 1,400. It's a very even game for the late game, you might think, but Ogre Kingdoms are shockingly resilient because of their army abilities. They've got stuff like Dismember to disrupt mobility and do damage. Massacre is a good damage buff. Gives 24 melee attack and a bunch of extra weapon strength. And then there's Meat Feast. Tier 3 army ability for Ogre Kingdoms is a absolutely ridiculous heal. I mean, the amount of HP that Meat Feast heals up is shocking. It's really quite horrifying, honestly. Lead Belchers making their way back in. Trappers and Pigback Knights are going to be grabbing the number 3 here. It looks like the Norskins are all cleaned up out here once more. But God, is this a close game. And the Cold Voider is killing the poor Tyrant right now. You know, I said the Tyrant's a pretty good combatant as long as it's not anything too big and scary. Well, big, scary, good stats, all the stuff that you'd be looking for from a melee combatant. I really like these aggressive flyers against the Ogre Kingdoms. You can see the Tyrant is going to be going down here. No way he survives the Cold Voider here. Down to 166, up to, you know, a little bit of passive healing comes in. But eaten and probably pulled into 2 very symmetrical halves for the 2-headed dragon here. Nice Searing Doom of the Pigback Knights. That's the kind of stuff you want to see. That's how you wear those guys out. Wolfric barely hanging in on the leadership. Wow, and Norskid actually hasn't lost his cap. Use of Tashin are going to charge the Pigback Knights. Neither of these units really suited for fighting the other, but I think the Pigback Knights will win just because they have the disorientated effect activated on these guys. But their leadership breaks first. Wow, the leadership penalties for the Lord dying are starting to rear their head potentially for the Ogre Kingdoms. How is this cap coming so slow, man? Super slow cap on the number 1 over there. Norska trying to take that, not quite able to save the number 3, unfortunately. Noblar is just here in a little bit too thick of numbers. Some Marauders coming out on the other side of the field, looking to help out. Ogre Bulls showing their business, man. Oh, Man-Eaters, actually. No freaking way, a Man-Eater sighting. That's really cool. Man-Eaters are not a bad unit. Even the basic variant that doesn't have the Iron Fist or the Great Weapons have very routinely paid for themselves in my experimentation with them. Really, that just comes down to great leadership and then ITP, which you can see here. I don't know why the tooltip's all busted right now. A little annoying. Good breath attack from the Cold Voider. Quite a chunk of HP out of the Crushers there. Oh, and the Lead Belchers get compromised by the Marauder Horsemen here. Cold Voider needs to get into combat. You don't want to leave it flying around up top here. It's very much needed to help win these frontline fights. Is this fixed now? Yeah, okay, there we go. Apparently I needed to Alt-Tab. Norsko grinding here. Oh, man, dude. The numbers for the Ogre Kingdoms are just so steady. They're just continuing to reinforce and bring out more and more units to try and hang on to the objectives. And, you know, Crushers with great weapons and Man-Eaters against the Cold Voider might be able to bring this big monster low. 3,200 value on 2 summons is pretty damn good, but you would like to see it get a little more mileage, especially with terror routes, which we haven't really seen much of this game. Alright, Cold Voider may get bailed out from the 100 Javelins here, and they do pick the right target. Man-Eater's taking horrible damage from those jabs. Dropping models like crazy, and another volley is probably going to finish this Man-Eater unit, almost. Damn. barely hanging on. 8 bottles with only 1,000 health. I don't know how that... Some of these guys are basically like 1 HP right now. Another volley. Yeah, you see 2 of them immediately drop. Crushers taking a little bit of damage there as well. I think it's... Oh, swapping onto him immediately. Good. Micro. Okay. Bless doing his damnedest to get back in this one. Hasn't given up the Ghost. Just can't consolidate anywhere because of the speed of the Ogre Bulls. Like, every time the Norskins start to, like, rally up onto points, you know, there's just, like, an Ogre Bull summon that rushes up to help out the Noblars and just crush whatever they're being sent in against. Crusher great weapons here. Leadership wavering really badly right now. Northskin Ice Wolves are probably going to rout them, in fact. Good rear charge, immediate leadership break. Don't see it rallying here. And there they go. Good attempt at a breath attack. Didn't really make contact, unfortunately. I think it did more damage to the Marauders. Ogre Kingdom's looking like they're going to walk away with a win here with a comfortable hold on the number 1 at the very least. It is triple cap range. Even if Norska swings to this middle point, they've still got to... or even if they hang on to this middle point, they already control it and they're struggling with it. Even if they hold here, the outside points are just a little too uncontested. They're contesting the number 3, but they're not going to cap it by the time the Ogres have wound this game out, I fear. Pigback Rider's going to charge down the Norscan Ice Wolves. See if they beat them. In a head-up fight, don't actually know. I think the leadership penalty here is what's going to do the Pigback Riders dirty.
Unending glory is yours.
But luckily for them, game winds out. We can headcanon that all of these Norskins surrender. You know, the little Norscan Ice Wolves, you know, they got their little white flags attached to themselves already, and they're just gonna go sauntering into captivity, I guess. Tyrant was okay. Bruiser didn't really do a whole lot. Definitely felt really weak. 1,400 from the Firebelly is nice. Crushers were solid. I do like them. I just feel like they're maybe a little too expensive. The Man-Eaters are a good choice. I don't like the basic Mornfangs. If you're going to bring Mornfang Cavalry and you're not going to bring the Great Weapons, then do the Iron Fist, because at least they have some defense against missiles. So they can push back lines a little bit better. But really, it was well played by both sides. I mean, just a brawl from end to end, and Suga walking away with the dub there is big business, man. Really impressive. Where are we at? We are assuredly in round 5 by now. Oh, hot damn, okay. Looks like the final round's done. Perfect timing, perhaps? Yeah, it is. They haven't finalized top 4, so we are gonna just wait for that. It shouldn't be more than a couple minutes. I'm gonna flip us over, and we can take a look at standings in the meantime. So, one moment. Okay, it's OBS. Being all fucking weird and vaguely unresponsive. It's really irritating. Whatever. We'll be okay. Yeah, really impressive stuff. Yeah, look at this, man. Vekos. Good job, dude. And then Lazuka, Daceberg, and Kitty rounding it out. Where's Sharky? Sharky did really damn good. I'm pretty sure this is their first tournament, so 3-2 is a great performance. Really excellent work, quite frankly. Yeah, look at that. Literally no games, tournaments, or matches played at all. So, honestly, incredible performance for the first time. Playing Khorne too. Khorne is really fun. It's a fairly easy to learn faction, but mastering them can be a little bit of a process. I can tell you that for sure, man. They're pretty complicated at times. Um, Sugar at 2 and 3, Hattie 2 and 3. You know, get back in there next time around. I'm sure you'll do better. It is what it is. Riz with 3 wins. Seemed like it was a fairly even tournament. I mean, even the folks down here who, you know, may not have been walking away with as many wins as they liked. You know, I saw Mr. Box put up some pretty good performances. You know, with just a little bit of refinement, I mean, I think you can very easily be getting more wins than losses. This game is so exciting to me, partially because the threat of an upset is so ever-present. Like, you cannot sleep against anybody who plays this game, because the skill level of new players just keeps rising. You know, the parity between, like, the top players and the middle of the road and newer players is as narrow as it ever has been, in my opinion. It's really nice to see how far people have come along, and then just also how much, like, the domination scene has really established itself, and I think kind of hit a point at which there's like a critical mass of information to make it maybe a little bit more genuinely accessible for the average person. Absolutely. Hold your head up high, Box. It was a really well fought win too. If you want to see me cast it, you can get back. You did lose a fairly close game at another point in the tournament. I can't remember exactly what faction you're fighting. Oh, it was Tomb Kings. Go watch that one and get some ideas for what you're doing for the end. Mr. Fly and Daceberg. Yeah. The Zinch matchup is really tricky, and then Slaanesh is really tricky. But once you figure out how to fight those two factions, it's actually fairly doable. Zinch is pretty vulnerable to Khorne, but you do need to bring some specific units, or you can run into some big problems real fast. Because Changebringers just dunk on any of the expensive Khorne stuff, and you cannot allow that to happen. That's like the biggest thing that you need answers for. Was nails. What happened in that game? I'm gonna go back and we'll try and watch it as soon as possible. But let's get into the semis. We've got those kicking off here. So let me go find the bracket. Dace and Vekos, or we could do Kitty and Lazuka. Well, I think that might be a Dowie Mirror. I think we may not want to watch another one of those. So I know that Lazuka has played Dowie before, and I know Kitty is playing them actively today. Let's get... I'm going to go get Daceberg and Vekos. Because that's, I believe, Slaanesh and Tomb Kings, which will be really cool to see. Oh, hell yeah, they're here already. Perfect. Oh, Demons of Chaos. Really? Why did I think Vekos was on Tomb Kings? I could have sworn. Oh, okay, they are. Never mind. I guess it just auto-picked them onto that. What's the map for our semi final games. Oh, Decrepit Moor. Oh, and finals is Dunes of Cain? No freaking way. Oh, Dunes of Cain is such a good map. Sad it wasn't one of the bracket maps, but for finals it's damn good choice. What the hell's Decrepit Moor? Alright, I'm gonna ready up. I'm gonna run to the restroom while they're army building, so, you know, stay tuned. I'll be RB. Okay, we're back. And we're back in time. Not a thing missed, so... This map actually might favor the Tomb Kings over Slaanesh. This is not going to be easy for Tomb Kings, though, because Slaanesh has lots of armored infantry. They've got a obscenely powerful lord in Nakari, who loves fighting undead because of his, abilities. Every time something dies around him, it procs a pretty big heal for him. It can get real ugly in a sustained fight against him where you just can't finish him off, because he can go really low with his high leadership and just bounce right back with all the heals that he's got. Super back and forth, messed up about 3/4 through. Summon some stuff on the wrong side of the battlefield sucks. That happens to me too. You know, mistakes like that occur. It sucks when it ends up being like a decisive moment in the battle. That always gets me down. I've been there. Yeah, that'll come with time, Dan. Like, figuring out when and where you should surrender objectives and where and when you should go for alpha strikes to try and steal them from people is just something that will click after you've, you know, had your ups and downs with trying to do it. You should just stay aggressive as corn. Figuring out how to min-max that pressure that you can put on with your like, I mean, just high melee attack on all your units and good weapon strength everywhere, like numbers and Marauder Horsemen and all of that. I think you'll find a lot of success if you just keep at it. And, you know, keep playing some of those other factions that you were showing off to me. You know, the Bretonia looks pretty good. I'm pretty sure you sent me another replay of... I can't remember what faction you were on, though, but they also looked fairly solid. Yeah, there it is. You got Harvester of Souls, you got Max Forsaken here. And you have 3 Marauder Horsemen, okay. So the Marauder Horsemen are going to lose pretty badly if they get hit by the Skeleton Horse Archers at range. The issue for the Tomb Kings will be stopping all of the Slaanesh mobility from getting in on their horsemen, because Hellstriders wreck all of the undead cavalry, pretty much. It is a very rough trade for the Tomb Kings. And probably the biggest problem for the Tomb Kings here is the fact that Slaanesh has ITP on literally everything. Nothing routes. Nothing gets terror routed, ever. I think it's a little BS, honestly. I think that the Marauders all getting ITP arguably overtunes them a little much. But, you know, whatever. Like, with Khorne, they have it attached to Frenzy. These guys just have it all the time. They never suffer from fear. They never suffer from terror. It just makes all matchups a lot easier for Slaanesh. Plus, you get the Strider as well, which is another really powerful, like, passive ability, I guess. I mean, you just ignore all terrain penalties, which means that charging up or down hills doesn't make a difference for you. Fighting in forests with your cavalry is as advantaged for you as it possibly could be there. Because you can have, like, a Hellstrider fighting like an armored knight, and the knights in the trees will be losing stats, while the Hellstriders aren't losing a thing. And there's no escaping at that point for the enemy unit. So Slaanesh has a lot of built-in advantages. They're a lot more reasonable now after the Seeker nerf, but they definitely are arguably still a top tier. Maybe they're hovering around a little bit more of an honest win rate now. Cetra is not going to like fighting an Akari. He's going to have to stay way away from this big ol' demon. That's going to be really tough, though. I mean, Akari with 100 speed is so wild. There's no escaping his wrath. And Cetra only has 68 speed on that Sphinx. He will be good against the Forsaken, I will say that. But Vekos needs to immediately start poking this Slaanesh army. Because this is an armored death ball that the Tomb Kings are going to have a really hard time fighting, even on their own turf. Like, the Forsaken will outcap all of the infantry here. The Javelins will do good damage to Cetra, and then Akari can finish him, and then you can get your mobility to poke away at the Chosen of the Gods, given some good timing. A lot of casualties coming in. The Archer's doing a great job of pushing back the Horseman pressure. And now you've got the Skelly Horse Archers looking like they're going to move in, now that they have a little bit of extra breathing room. Maybe poke at the Forsaken here. After that rough trade, Dace needs to play a little bit more conservatively. Just, yeah, do this. You get all your units up behind the shot blocker, and you just build up. And make sure you don't lose the number 2. You don't want to give up a triple cap, because you'll get down in points so fast that you're going to have a very hard time recovering from it. I see people all the time kind of make that mistake, and it always hurts my soul a little bit. Pavane goes down and does some really good damage to the Chosen of the Gods. Oh, it's the upgraded version. No, don't let this happen. You have to move in now. They're rampaged. They're rampaged for another 15 seconds. Nakari can straight up kill this unit in a handful of seconds. I mean, probably about 20 seconds and he'll have killed the whole unit. Plus you got Forsaken in here. Oh my god. Not like this, please. Yeah, the Wit Stealer's sword gets popped, and with 1.1k weapon strength, look how fast that is, man. It's so vile. He's so busted. Nakari in undead matchups looks like the most unstoppable lord in the game. Yeah, that's a dead Chosen of the Gods. That was one of your infantry clear tools, and without that, Cetra against these fiends is going to be a very short fight. Oh my god. Ouch. Horsemen coming in, but Hellstriders immediately on the flank. That's going to be a very dead unit. Nakari continuing the rampage, and the Forsaken are, you know, doing their thing, grinding through the front ranks pretty well. Pushing up well into the second line here for the Tomb Kings now. Hellscourge, Hellstriders chasing down all the Marauder Horsemen. Or not the Marauder Horsemen, the Skeleton Horsemen. And all those Horse Archers are getting macerated right now. The Whips are just ripping their bony little bodies to bits. You know. They're not really suited for fighting armored stuff, but not a lot of units have armor for the Tomb Kings. Really, it's just constructs that are armored for these guys. Having to pop Usurians on Nakari is probably the most feels bad moment I've seen in a while, and I don't see Vekos recovering from this. This, unfortunately, just smacks of the matchup being really bad. This has always kind of been the fate of Undead against the Slaaneshi forces. You just get face-checked by Forsaken. Nakari snipes your expensive units. Horsemen come in and poke in the late game and just be annoying. And then you just don't have the sauce to kill this giant monstrosity, basically. Now, the Forsaken are being cleaned up at a decent clip. The problem is there's one incredibly healthy Forsaken left, and then there's all the mobility. The mobility is doing pretty well. The Hellstriders are out in force. Gonna get a great rear charge on the archers here. Blessed Legion's gonna crumble out in just a moment. They are not gonna last very long after that rear charge. You can see they break on the leadership, so crumbling damage as well now. The Forsaken should be able to pull them down fairly quickly. Look at this very low Hellstrider unit face-checking a full health Skeleton Horseman and trading out pretty damn favorably, all things considered. Not really a good fight for a battered unit like this to take, you might think, but pulling a pretty good little bit of value out of that fight. Nakari with 1700 value is going to pop Pavane here, and that's going to be a big GG. Oh, actually, Fascination and Willing Prey. Okay, well, I mean, GG regardless. Cetra is not going anywhere. One more slap from Nakari is going to bring old Imperishable One low. Not really living up to the name here. Nakari looking large and in charge right now, man. One thing that might actually be worth considering here is instead of bringing Glamour of Slaanesh, you might consider actually bringing the Mortis Engine effect that Nakari has. Whenever units are losing combat, or I think actually, no, it's wavering. Wavering or leadership is broken, there's a Slaaneshi Mortis Engine that procs. And it actually does really good damage to the undead, because their leadership is broken so often because it's so low. That's another thing that Nakari can do. It turns him into an untouchable monstrosity. Well and truly. That was just a showcase of a truly abysmal matchup, honestly. There are some things that the Tomb Kings can do to pull a win there, but, I mean, Slaanesh is just so aggressive, man, and if you can't stay clean away from them, no. Ouch. No, 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 no. Oh, that's a good point. Khalida with a Shems caster and nets against Nakari is actually probably the way to go. That's a good point. Yeah, more Ushabti to deal with the Forsaken sounds good. That was a very standard Tomb Kings build into, you know, Slaanesh. And Slaanesh does a really good job of dealing with, like, the more typical builds you see in this game. Slaanesh requires a very specific, like, subset of unit archetypes to be able to deal with them effectively. And yeah, the armored monstrous infantry that can clear their Forsaken and Chaos Warriors is very important, usually. Having some mobility that can frustrate and contest the Marauder Javelins is important. You did have that with the Horse Archers for the Tomb Kings, but you need to play a little bit more defensively with them. What's the last thing? Just a good combat lord, you know? You do really need that, so Khalida is the call, probably. And I do like the idea of the Light Priest, because you can bring the lore passive as well as Shems and Net if you really want it. Nets are pretty good. I would recommend them against Slaanesh. You can catch Nakari out in a bad spot, and he's got very low armor, so if you can hammer the big demon with archers at that point, you'll chip him down really fast. You've got to take advantage of the big demon's squishiness. If you can find a way to do that, then you can win the matchup. You know what? I'll actually, I can stand to talk about the, one of the ways that Khorne wins this matchup. You can go Arbol, he's okay. I actually really like the Exalted Bloodthirster into Slaanesh, actually. The Exalted Bloodthirster clowns on Azazel, actually, with Deathbringer. And is, you know, flying, is fairly, tanky with 8,000 HP and good leadership and stats and blah 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 blah. I really like pairing up with Karanak. Brass Collar, obviously, and then just Prey of the Blood God. You can even do Karanak's Howl. Going expensive on your single entities is not necessarily risky against Slaanesh, because you have to be able to account for their keepers and Nakari, and Nakari is incredibly dangerous if you leave him uncontested. But even just having a character with silence available, Nakari is very vulnerable to stuff like this. And, you know, there are other factions with silence type spells and abilities, and if you can find a way to fit those into your armies, it's going to help you immensely, because it's going to mean that the pace of engagements is way less dictated by Slaanesh. They're going to have to be a little bit more discerning about when and where they fight, rather than just being able to bulldoze into you and then run away with their 100 speed units. With something like Karanak that can net down their lords, and then you can really bring in the heavy hitters, the Bloodthirster, and even Karanak, because none of the Slaanesh demon lords have armor. Karanak actually just shreds them with the weapon strength. It's pretty incredible. You know, you go with some, like, Marauders if you want to, but I honestly just recommend, like, Bloodletters and then some Fleshhounds for some mass and stuff like that. Play carefully in the opening, like, phases of the game. And then build up your, like, really powerful units behind that. Like, get some Minotaurs out. I really love Flash Hounds against Slaanesh. I think they're excellent. You can get a couple Furies. Don't go too hard on these guys. Blood Beasts aren't bad. You can just do something like this. And you can really bully those really top-heavy Slaanesh builds. If they go wider, you can run into some problems. Slaanesh is kind of hard to counterpick around, because they have a lot of very effective builds. Oh, wow, they're ready on the other side of bracket already. Wow, okay. Okay. So I guess... Okay, I guess the lobby's open, so let's go see if we can jump into this. And we're going to be spectating finals here. Is it Dowie versus Slaanesh? Oh, Vampire counts. Oh my god, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Slaanesh into Vampire counts. Hey Max, I need your expertise here. How do Vampire counts beat Slaanesh, bro? Is it a winnable faction or a winnable matchup versus this faction? The good news for Corn is you basically always know what your opponent is taking. Bad news, they're not particularly good at dealing with it. That's fair. That's fair. It happens. Corn needs to be somewhat weak to Kite, or they would just dominate the meta because they're so good against, you know, I mean, tons and tons of other types of builds. Corn as a faction can really clown on any kind of even vaguely aggressive, like, pushes. They don't count sleeves. I figured they did. I've known and experienced this matchup before playing Vampire counts in the past, and it is brutal. So I'm hoping that Lazuka has some kind of tech here that can keep this close and maybe pull a win. But Slaanesh definitely has an advantage here. We talked about it last game. I mean, Nakari alone is a hard counter to most of the undead in the game. Hold on. Let me pull up the, Let me pull up the unit cards, because I'm pretty sure that the Mortis engine that I was talking about for Slaanesh is procced by low leadership. Pretty sure Nakari has it. I don't know why he wouldn't as opposed to the other dudes. Yeah, Soul Siphon. 50%. 4 entities, okay. Okay, yeah, just low morale units take this perpetual damage from Soul Siphon. It's really brutal damage, because it's as strong as the Mortis engines for the Vampire counts. And all you need is Nakari to get in there and just be pummeling stuff to start tanking leadership on your opponent's side of things. So what do we have? We got Master Necromancer on the... Oh, with Gaze and a Gash. I mean, okay, sure. No Soul Siphon, but we do have Harvester of Souls, obviously, so... Vigor and lots of HP on the table. Just a full infantry-focused army. I'm a little worried about this build. My anecdotal experience is that the Sternsman and Graveguard in general just don't grind very well against Slaaneshi units. Although maybe against the Forsaken they can put some moves on those guys, but these the Slaaneshi Forsaken are scary. They're strong. They're really strong. Just having extra speed and having devastating flanker makes them by far the strongest of the Forsaken variants. Plus, they don't lose any melee attack or melee defense like the Khorne and Nurgle variant do. Tzeentch variant is pretty good also. They might be the second strongest because they have a overshield and still all of the same like aggressive tendencies. So you can see, need to come up with a nickname for N'Kari. I don't know. I'll see if I can come up with some kind of romping and stomping type of nickname for our boy there. Oh, the White Kings are on horseback. It's actually a good call. I would not be continue going this deep because you're gonna get Pavaned here, and they're gonna lose both of these guys. And you gotta account for the fact that N'Kari is so fast, dude. He's crazy quick. White Kings do pull back, and they are going to get away, and it looks like Gaze into Gash is going to go down. Oh my god, is he going to hit the rocks? Oh, barely skirting around the corner on there. 700 HP lost on N'Kari. It's a good chunk of his HP. The issue is that he's going to run over to this flank fight and start healing immediately because the Vampire Counts took a bunch of really bad mobile engagements out on this flank. The Dire Packs over here, I mean, not getting awful value, but definitely not holding up. And oh, it's so frustrating. The HP is going to immediately start going up on N'Kari. He just needs to find the isolated units, because the second that last model dies, he gets 21 seconds of 0.4 heals per second. I was going to bring him back up to full, I think. And this isn't even on a cooldown. It's on a 15-second cooldown, which is an absolute meme. I mean, that is no time at all. Torox has a 120-second cooldown on a much worse item. Are you serious? It just confuses me constantly what the balancing idea was behind Slaanesh. I'm constantly befuddled by some of the design choices because they just seem so much more skewed in terms of power. I really think CA underestimated their own mechanics. I don't think they thought that giving them all of these benefits from their mark was going to be such a problem. Corpse Cart is going to get isolated here. You got the Wit Stealer sword. No, that's Willing Prey. So, Willing Prey is active, and you can see that N'Kari is just ripping it to pieces, and now he's got the Wit Stealer sword up, so... He kills another unit and gets another freaking heal. He's got 500 value, which isn't that much already. Definitely, not doing the most damage in the world, but Dace has a pretty comfortable lead. Mirror Guard are going to scrap against some Skeleton Spears here, and you just keep summoning in the Dire Pack over and over again. I mean, not a bad unit, but you don't have anything to kill all the Forsaken. You've got the White Kings fighting out over here, kind of off to the side and alone. Where's the Necromancer? Oh, Necromancer's a million miles away, of course. Playing very safely, which is a good idea. N'Kari is just going to continue isolating units and continuing to heal up any damage that he's taking. I think if you want to go for a Sniper Lord, you need to go Manfred on the Hellsteed with the, you know, Gaze into Gash and Spirit Leech. And just try and, like, blitz Nakari down with the magic or something. I just don't know how you fight Slaanesh, man. Not as the undead at the very least. I'm experienced with scrapping against them as Khorne and a couple of other factions, and I do find those matchups winnable, but undead just always seems like just the most abysmal, rough around the edges uphill climb of a matchup possible. It's very rare that you run into these types of matchups where the win rates are just so skewed in favor of one faction or the other, but I would say that out of the 24 factions, probably like 17, 18 of the factions in the game have at least one matchup that is really and truly quite abysmal for them, but, you know, I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. That just kind of speaks to the nature of having so many options to play as in this game. And how difficult it can be to focus in and get, like, the perfect kinds of matchups in these single-faction tournaments. So Nakari is at full health. He honestly really hasn't been nearly as impactful as I was feared. And Slaanesh does not cap this middle point. Now, the issue, though, is that the corpse carts die. One of the corpse carts on this middle objective died very early on, and this other one is going to get sniped out by Nakari in a heartbeat once he decides to. So the passive healing has not really been a factor for the vampire counts like they're used to normally. And what they're going to do to pull this big demon down, I just still don't know, because Master Necromancer just can't scrap against that guy. And the White Kings are a little beat up, too. They're great combatants, you know, and they have magic damage, but they are not going to hit very consistently against a demon that has 70 melee defense with Supreme Vanity on top of the Mirror Guard. You could probably just anchor him on top of those guys all the entire game if you really needed to. Marauders up on the point, but the Mirror Guard moved off, and now the vampire counts are actually capping that point, because the Stearnsmen, a few of these guys have wandered over into the wrong zip code and are, you know, helping out the Crypt Ghouls over here. Oh no, Pavane goes down on the Master Necromancer, and the Rampage comes in. Oh, he actually gets an Invo off before he's forced into fighting Nakari, but I don't think he's going to last long here. Even with only, like, another 3 seconds of forced combat, the Furies are surrounding this guy, and Furies have 250 mass. He's gonna have a hard time pulling out of here, and he got hit by Narcissism too. The layering from Daceberg, vicious stuff, and look at the damage from Nakari. Nakari just ripping him apart. Oh my god. Yeah, that's right, buddy. You get it. 1800 on Nakari. Looking juicy. Just come kill this corpse cart. Get that corpse cart, and then maybe look to kill the White Kings. The White Kings without any Invos are gonna not be able to hold up. They might do good damage to Nakari, but there's no way they'd be able to actually beat him.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Devils of Schwarzhofen in a weird situation here. They're like hovering funky. Seemed like they were trying to land on the Furies, but then they just didn't, so... A little bit of a bizarre situation. Vampire counts do grab a triple cap somehow. A little awkward for Slaanesh right now. They do have Exalted Demonettes, though. They're outside of combat, not doing anything right now. If they just get in on these spears, the Skeleton Warriors, they should be able to win pretty quickly. Although double Scab Scrape. One use of Scab Scrape left for each of these guys. If you prioritize it on this Exalted Demonette, you could delete these guys from the game. Exalted Demonettes are very flimsy. 7,700 HP on 100 models with 15 armor is like perfect range for Scab Scrape to just chunk their HP into oblivion. I still don't think that would be enough, but it'd be a pretty funny, play to see. Yeah, Lazuka's just falling behind on the value trades. Mirror Guard have been holding for freaking ever, man, and have 1200 value. Look at these guys, man. Surrounded completely. They look so freaking cool. Don't ask how they see, because they literally don't even have eye slits on their helmets. Anyways, moving on from those dorks and their funky helmets. No Scab Scrates going down. Missed opportunity for Lazuka, because both of the White Kings are about to crumble out here, and that's going to be, you know, a lost opportunity to find some kind of way to deal with this unit. Devils of Schwarzhofen are getting wrecked by Hellstriders right now. Stupendously effective against lightly armored large stuff, and that's Devils in a nutshell. So, they definitely are wishing they could find a better fight. Nicario 2400 continuing to be disruptive. Finally get a cap for Slaanesh, though. They've been struggling to get these points, but the Undead have been crumbling for a while now, so there's a lot of value here for Daceberg that isn't reflected up top there. I would say that it's probably about another 1,000 value that you can add on to Daceberg's total there. To give you a real idea of the state of the battlefield. I think that Slaanesh is going to be able to hold on to the points from here. They do need a triple cap, but they don't need one for super long. They just need to steal the middle objective for maybe a minute. And then they can just bunker up on 2 and they'll grind out a win. Direwolves moving up. Crypt Ghouls looking to get some damage in on the Marauder Horseman. If you lose the Marauder Horseman, then you are looking at a fairly flimsy thing. God, these Exalted Demonettes being here is such a pain. Gotta know when and where your tattered units can still throw out a burst of value, because seriously, the Scab Scrates would have one-shot this Demonette unit. Nikari just continues to run around at full health. He uses Fascination to force the Master Necromancer onto the ground again. Oh my god, the Wit Stealer's Sword procced once more. And, bye-bye, Bozo. Willing Prey activated as well. And a Narcissist, just for good measure, oh my god. I have no comments, no thoughts, head empty, that's fine and normal. It's okay. Look, I mean, it looks really flashy, and it is really impressive play. It is fairly devastating, but there are ways to counter, these Nikari plays. They're not really available for the, undead factions. They don't quite have the tools for the demons, truth be told. 1,300 on the Sternsman, and the Graveguard got 950, so they, honestly, they did do good damage to the Forsaken. 539 kills on this Forsaken? What the hell were they fighting? They didn't even pay for themselves. They just fought zombies for an hour? What the hell? That's crazy. That is so wild. That's certainly a performance. Anyways, yeah, they did good damage to the Forsaken. It's just the issue of the big boy. Too big, too scary. The Master Necromancer, I mean, he's just not cutting it. He got caught out twice, and he got massacred in record time both times. I mean, it was like 15-second long fights. It's not resilient enough. Excellently played by Daceberg. I know I'm giving, I know I'm talking a lot of smack about, Slaanesh. They still take a lot of micro and skill to execute, and Daceberg did an incredible job. He just also got a little lucky with the matchups. But did get through bracket with a really good record, so let's not take anything away from our champion today. Excellently played, fantastic performance, and taking full advantage of the Slaaneshi cheese. You gotta love to see it. We've got a little bit longer to go for the stream, so stay tuned, guys. We're going to go through as many replays as possible in the next, like, hour or so. Vargulf's going to be good. This isn't... Yeah, it may not have been over yet, but it was well on its way to being over. So, Sniping Lord with Crypt Horror, Mortis Blob... Can't feed Slaanesh all this cheap mobility. Yeah, I feel like that was the big mistake. Do you bring Blood Knights against Slaanesh? I mean, even though there's a lot of AP cavalry, would Blood Knights not be one of the best options for the counts against Slaanesh? They're just so strong with the anti-large, right? I mean, Hellstriders will get shredded by them. I imagine even against, like, Seekers and Heartseekers, they can do some pretty good damage, so... What would triple Blood Knight look like, in your opinion, Max? Is there anything to that, or is it too tall to make your build? Yeah, GG Daceberg is excellently played, dude. I'm not hosting, though, so go thank Hattie and Big JP, because they're the ones who set this up for me. I'm just casting. It's a really nice setup, because adminning and streaming at the same time takes a lot of bandwidth, and if you have to jump between the two of them constantly, it can get a little bit overwhelming. Blood Knights are trash. They get netted, pavioned, and dogpiled by 2-3 faster units. So you literally just go for the huge heal blob, is what I'm hearing. So, like, Crypt Horrors and Corpse Carts. Do you bring a Mortis Engine? Because Mortis Engines give magic damage. Would a Mortis not be a good call? Because it also has a heal that stacks with the Corpse Cart heal, yeah? Do you just do some shenanigans like this? Hellsteed, Gaze, Invo, I guess. I don't think you need any of this stuff. Maybe, Undeath. So what? This is like a build for him, yeah? Along these lines? Okay, Mortis is good. Good to know. What about the ROR? Because it has the Mortis, the chilling aura, so it slows speed. Is that good for keeping Slaanesh from disengaging at all, or is that too situational? I can see how this would work. I mean, this is a lot of monstrous infantry. If there's one thing Nakari is a little less good against, it's just, like, mass numbers of monstrous infantry constantly chasing him around. Because he does have good mass, but these things have 1,500 each. They can definitely lock him in place. And are the White Kings, like, even, important? Yeah, whites to Scabscraith Demonettes. Okay. I've thought about it, only tested it once. Okay. Can you bring the White Kings in reserve on horseback? Because all you need is Scabscraith. They're not that expensive. 1,000 gold for them to summon in reinforcements and just do them as your first summons, and then you worry about everything. Because theoretically what you do, right, is you get up on you get up on an objective and just start setting up. Just layering all of these units together so that there's nothing vulnerable. What about Black Knights? I just don't... What do you do for mobility against Slaanesh? Is there any mobility that you can bring that isn't going to get totally dunked on? Because I just don't feel like there is. Like, I guess Vargeist, maybe? Although Hellstriders will shred them too, right? I mean, Dire Pack are kind of an auto-include, but even these guys feel like they would be... You saw it that last game. They were pretty vulnerable. I would imagine that Cryptars are better in the opener because they're slower than the White Kings. They're about the same cost. They're a little cheaper. Theoretically, they'd be nice to summon in second, but Slaanesh will have a mobility advantage on you the whole game, so I think maybe just doing it in the opening and keeping it all together is better. At least that's what it seems like you're telling me, Maxie. Anyways, that's just like a little bit of a spitball for here at the end. Just bodies into the sunset, backed up by mass, and then, you know, magic damage, Mortis with keels, and then also the icky, sticky Mortis engine shenanigans. And you just hope to goodness that you can outgrind Slaanesh at that point, I guess. Yeah, people typically take White Kings on foot, but you need to bring them on horseback there, probably, so that they can actually make it to your blob. And then they can situationally go chase after Nakari. Like, maybe if your Slaanesh opponent is a little too aggressive, and you can kind of leech down their units early on, then maybe you can get in on them and really tear them apart. One way or the other, it just seems like it's a huge uphill climb. This is actually not the first time these guys actually fought in bracket, too. Okay. It's a very similar build. Although these White Kings are on foot. I'm honestly probably going to watch that one independent, just to see how it played out. It's probably an even bigger win for Daceberg. Dace brought Nakari in every game? Really? Cool. I mean, Nakari is great, but he's definitely not the choice for every matchup. I don't think he'd be very good against Dark Elves, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm trying to find us a good matchup of some factions that we haven't watched. Oh my god, we got a Shredder alert. Let's watch this one. We got Unknown rocking in here with the Fire Slan and the Shredder with no heals, which is definitely different. Usually when people bring the Shredder, they're playing around healing. But actually going for an offensive spell kit, although that spell kit's not going to be very good against this Norska army. Cascading Fire Cloak will be useful for the Shredder.
Down the feeble cities of the weak and proven ourselves worthy. We shall drown them in their own blood and guts. Glory to the Master!
Yeah, that's a cool speech. I like that one.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
I wish there was like a raw list that somebody had of all the speeches that generals give in Total Warhammer. There's actually a lot. There's so many that they've written.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
The pre-battle speeches were always one of my favorite parts of the Total War games, especially in like Rome Total War when they were at like peak ridiculousness in terms of writing. Medieval 2 is also kind of up there. Look at the brutal damage from these chariots. God damn. Bye-bye, Skink. Skink's just dead and gone already. Brutal damage from the chariots. But the Shredder of Lustria is on top of one of the Ice Wolves. pulling them to pieces and terror routing everything that's coming near it. Shredder is still a good leadership bombing type of terror-causing monster. The artillery, or the Howdah on top, no longer counts as artillery, so it's not quite as devastating. It doesn't imbue a -10 as well. It used to debuff leadership by like -30 everywhere it went, basically. Now it's a little bit more reasonable. Now it's like a -20 at all times. It's got the Dread Aversion and then Fear, which is -16 in total. Plus just the constantly charging around and, you know, slapping people up. It's definitely got some serious teeth to it. Marauder Horsemen having some trouble here. They need to stay away from the Shredder because they will get terror routed every time it closes the gap. Just because it's lowering the leadership so much. And these guys are not the most resilient on that front. 48 is not, like, the worst in the game. It is pretty low. Chameleon Stalker's out on the field, but Chariots, having rallied and gotten away from the Shredder, are looking to chunk through them. Gonna make very short work of these poor little Chameleon Stalkers. I mean, not the hardiest of unit in the first place, and then the Chariots with their big weapon strength and charge bonus are just absolutely making mincemeat of them. Beautiful Sea Fang on the Skink cohort. Famir Warriors, I don't love the basic Famir dual weapons. If you're gonna bring a dual weapon Famir, you should do the ROR because they cause terror, and these guys do not, and they're just worse in combat. Famir great weapons are a better bet in my opinion, especially against Lizardmen. There's just not a lot of utility for the anti-infantry variant, in my opinion. Wolford gets a great engagement on the Slan Mage Priest here at Fire, doing some really good damage, and then the Throwing Axe is also chipping in pretty nicely. Shredder is down to about 5,000 HP, and there's still no sign of a Rev Crystal or anything for heals. So it's probably just being relied on to get as much damage in as possible. Although I don't know, man. I feel like if you're going to spend on this monster, you really do have to go for some kind of heals. Even just Mazda Mundi on his mobility scooter has Apotheosis, which is a 10% heal, or thereabouts. Pretty sure it's 10% for Mazda because he has Spell Mastery, but anyways. Lizardmen aren't doing badly, but they are losing a little bit of momentum. Actually, they do have a Rev Crystal. Hiding here amongst all of the Proxigors. That was a good Searing Doom, breaking up the Skink cohorts, but the Burning Head, I would say, was, you know, right there in terms of efficiency. Roasting the Spearmen pretty badly. Proxigors are holding up pretty well against the Skinwolves because of the armor they have. They will lose this fight eventually. They do need a little bit of assistance. Shredder is, like, seemingly stuck here. I don't know what's going on with it. It's been a little bit unmaneuverable for a little bit now. Getting intercepted by the Skinwolves. Sea Fang going down and doing some damage to the Coldwind Spear Riders, who are flattening the poor Ice Wolves. The Spear Riders should definitely get in and help out against these Skinwolves, but there's also some problems developing with Marauder Hunter Javelins finding a great opportunity against the Slayin Fire Mage. Nasty, nasty damage with the Hunter of Champions debuffing the armor. And then one good volley, they almost killed this guy. 139 HP is in the danger zone right now. Rev Crystal has used 2 of the procs on it. We do get a kill. Looks like the Javelins were able to get a couple of shots in there and finish that bad boy off. Skinwolves do route back, but removing the Lord means leadership is going to be a big issue. Even on the Shredder. Shredder does have 80 leadership at base, but hey, that's a breakable unit. It's only once you're getting up around the 90 to 100 range that you're talking about something being incredibly difficult to route. At 80, you've still got ways that you can break leadership on a big unit like this. Wolfric actually kind of chasing that thing down and doing a little bit of damage, but he gets intercepted by Croxigor. Skinwolves fighting toe-to-toe with him, though. Should be able to keep him alive, but it's a little surrounded right now. Definitely a bit awkward. Oh, and a Spear Rider. 2 Spear Riders. Getting up and on the flank of the Skinwolves here. Could start laying those guys out in a moment here. If you just get some good charges in, there's not an outside chance of Unknown finding a way back in this game. You get a really nice terror route going down the Skinwolves. Wolfric stuck in here. Otto in so much trouble right now. Oh no, Wolfric is not going to be able to make it out of here, I don't think. The Shredder just needs to hit him like one time, and it'll lay him out to about 1,000 HP with how much weapon strength it has. It is wounded, so its weapon strength is debuffed a little bit. Wouldn't be as painful. But definitely want to keep Wolfric alive so you don't have leadership problems. Because the last thing you can afford is for the Shredder of Lustria to just run around and debuff your already low leadership and terror bomb everything off the field. Because I have 100% lost a game that way. I killed the Slan, and I thought I had it in the bag, but I lost my Lord diving a little too recklessly, and then the Shredder with about 3,000 HP like this one does, terror bombed like half my army in one engagement, and then they all got chased down by some Feral Cold Ones, and I lost all my momentum, so Otto needs to be on his toes here, but Wolfric escapes, he's alive, he's surviving. Good Plague of Rust going down, but the Marauder Hunter Javelins are very trapped up by the Shredder right now. Also gets a Rev Crystal heal. So hovering around that 3,400 mark, you can see how much HP it gets. Even with that 0.5 heal. 75 HP each tick is pretty great. And the Coldwood Spear Riders breaking all of the Marauders in the pit fight here. You've got some Skinwolves and one Marauder here trying to hold off some Sacred Croxagors, which is not a great fight for Skinwolves. Skinwolves are pretty reliant on physical resistance for their defenses. With the Sacred Croxagors circumventing that, I actually anticipate that there's a potential chance that the Lizards are able to break this position open. Croxagor's not hitting very accurately right now, though, but now they're getting their Power Fists on target and starting to blitz through that HP pool on the Skinwolves. Regeneration is great and all, but it doesn't hold up to units that are doing substantial amounts of damage per hit. It's good against stuff that might be like chaff infantry. That's where you can utilize the regen in a sustained fight. Croxagor is fighting the Beasts of Tashnar and getting worn out a little bit here. Beasts of Tashnar are doing a great job of staying close in on these guys and pulling their HP down slowly but surely. Now, though, they have to tangle with the Shredder and their leadership being debuffed. They continue to charge. It should be high enough that they don't terror out under some kind of unfortuitous shenanigans-y kind of scenario. Shredder with 3,600 value. Would you believe it? That's not technically paying for itself. 36.99 has got to be a meme. There's no way it ends on that. That's literally one gold off of fully paying for itself. That's absolutely hilarious. Colossadon Hunters do charge the Beasts of Tashnar. I don't love the fight, though, regardless. I mean, yeah, the Beasts of Tashnar are pretty beat up as is. They're still good against lightly armored, large targets. Searing Doom does the majority of the damage. Beasts of Tashnar break before they get any substantial value. Looks like the Sacred Croxagors do get pushed back, thanks to some Marauder Spearmen and the rallying Hunter Javelins, who have done really well for themselves, actually. 1,000 value on one, and 868 on the other, and there's the poor Shredder. It honestly looks really sad when it's dead, dude. It's kind of depressing. You know, it's just a big, dumb dinosaur. It didn't ask for all this. It never asked to be the biggest and the baddest in the jungle. It didn't necessarily have hatred in its heart. But, you know, the great plan requires sacrifice. It's all for the greater good, you know, obviously. You know, the Lizardmen have never done anything morally questionable, ever. Good value on the Horsemen, especially. 16, 11, and 1700, man. 600 gold a unit, by the way. That is cost efficiency and a half. Beasts of Tashnar, they had a couple summons. They did okay. Ice Wolves are weak. Same with the Famir. That's a lot of bodies, bro. It ended up working out, though. Although, I don't know if this would beat a wide Lizardman build. As long as you can get stuff out to answer the chariots, I think like a bunch of Saurus would actually be a big problem for this very Marauder-heavy Norska build. Because Saurus do have a few problems. I mean, they're like a really good mid-tier infantry unit, but they're not very good against anything that's, like, better than them, if that makes sense. There's not a lot of uptrade potential against higher-tier infantry on Saurus. But against Chaff, they just pummel the hell out of Marauders. Speaking from personal experience, Marauders lose at a rate of about 3-to-1 to a Saurus unit. It is a brutally unfavorable fight if it's just a 1v1. Ooh, yeah, I will watch the second semis game. I completely forgot about it. Anyone tell me why Kolek isn't played? Oh yeah, what's up, Twist? Stream's going good, dude. Super excited for the tournament tomorrow. If y'all are here, then go sign up for the cool tournament that Twist is hosting tomorrow. We need more people. We only got 3 right now. We want more. I'm going to plug it, in fact. Everybody here in chat needs to come check out the Legendary Lords tournament. I'm going to pin the message, too. Anyways, the reason Kolek isn't picked is because Archeon is so good. Archeon is good in, like, what, 80% of the Warriors of Chaos matchups. Kolek is strong, and I personally love him. I'm not afraid to bring Kolek on a regular basis, but he is pretty costly for not having any, like, magic, obviously. I think him and a Nurgle caster into the Lizardmen is a pretty top-tier combo, because boy oh boy does he beat the living crap out of anything short of the Shredder. And he can even hold his own against the Shredder of Lestria if the heals are on time. So, it's not like he's useless, he just doesn't see as much consistent play as Archeon, because you see Archeon in like every matchup, and then Sartorial is there too. If you need another, if you need to bring metal magic, then you just do Sartorial, and he's got some interesting items and abilities. Rock of Inevitability wins you a lot of mobility fights as the Warriors of Chaos, and the mobility is strong with the Hellstriders for the Warriors of Chaos, but there are a few inefficiencies in their mobile game. Their best stuff is locked behind marks, so that means that you potentially have to bring like Chaos Knights, who are a little lackluster. Sartorial helps you win that with this item, and then Searing Doom and Plague of Rust are always just amazing spell options. And then you can just like, kind of cut down. You get like, you know, Greater Arcane Conduit going. I wouldn't really recommend Prismatic Plurality. It's not that good. Just bring him as cheap as possible. You can mix Final Transmutation in, depending on the matchup, if you need it. So, Sartorial, Archeon, the two most common. Kolek is just kind of an afterthought after the two of them. You'll see Azazel every now and then, depending on personal preference. Yeah. That's probably why I'm Merrick's. Can't join. Oh, yeah, because you're too good at the game, Meaty. You stop being so good at the game and you could have joined us. Yeah, exactly. Azazel or the Chaos Sorcerers do have some matchups, especially the Shadows caster. You know, Shadows magic is just so consistent and frankly frustrating to play into. That they can be a very cheap and cost-effective option for magic casting. Thank you for sending me the replay, Lazuka. That does actually help a lot because I download so many replays. This isn't even all replays that I've downloaded today. I deleted almost all of the other ones that I had. I just got a bunch of random replays in here from me playing people on ladder or just whatnot. Stuff that I wanted to save and study back. Some really good matches. This game against Azir was really good. Dude, Skull Crushers and the Soul Grinder into Bretonnia is actually so good. It's genuinely surprising to me how strong the Soul Grinder is seeming nowadays. I don't know if it's like the most meta top tier option, but I've definitely found a few matchups where I've had a lot of success. But anyways, let's get into this one. Kitty had been doing really well in the Dowie. We know, you know, or maybe I shouldn't spoil it, because not everybody was here for the finals, so we'll just kind of let this play out. I will say Vampire Count's very heavily favored against Dowie, as a general rule of thumb. They've got a lot of AP options that are actually fairly hard to deal with. Like, Cairn Wraiths are a pretty strong unit, actually. And into the Dowie, who don't have a lot of magic damage, this is where the Ethereals can actually do some pretty good work. Greatsword, Graveguard are also pretty dangerous. And this is a matchup where Cryptars, as in many other matchups, can be a bit of a nightmare. All that regeneration and AP and poison that they bring to the table is really painful for the Dowie. Because Dowie already have a bad time with damage output in melee. Getting debuffed even more on their weapon strength is pretty rough, you know. 15% is 15% after all. And if you can get Cryptars into the backline on top of Dowie missiles, it's even more of a nightmare scenario. Plus, you've got stuff like summons. This Master Necromancer is just going to go around using Raised Dead and the lesser Raised Dead as much as possible to muck up the works. What you can do, I'm pretty sure there's also a scroll this guy can bring. It's not here for Lazuka, but there is this cooldown scroll that this Master Necromancer can bring, so you can insta-summon 3 zombie units on the field if you layer it up right. Basically what you do is you fly in, you drop your Raised Dead, and then you drop your lesser Raised Undead, then you pop the scroll, and then you drop a 3rd zombie summon. So you can shut down all of these Dowie Quarrelers right off the bat if you wanted to, or drop it on top of the cannon crews. It's actually not a bad idea to do, because cannon crews are very bad in melee, and the zombie summons are also awful in melee combat, but hey, I mean, at least they have a better odds chance of doing damage against a cannon crew with 40 armor as opposed to a Quarreler that has 80, so I don't know. It's a give and take. There's definitely some things that you can do with that. Stupendously accurate Dowie artillery as per usual. They just don't miss ever, hardly. Getting some good damage on the Devils of Schwarzhofen. You need to retreat into the trees a little bit more. They're on the edge of the forest, which means that the shots are going to scatter, but the tree cover isn't dense enough to protect them from damage yet. Yeah, it should probably start taking models off these guys in a minute. Shot misses there, the next 3, one of these is going to hit, right? Yeah, one of them does make contact, but still not killing any devil models yet. White King's going to get into melee combat, and it's just the most obnoxious foot characters you've ever seen. In a similar vein to how I was talking about Belagar and his huge HP pool, hero foot characters usually have about 4,000 health, and these guys, for a stupendously cheap premium rock up with almost 5,000 health, which is a lot to get through on infantry-sized characters. Now, they don't get knocked over as much anymore, so they're a little bit easier to kill, but they still are just incredibly stalwart and dependable. Classic opener for the Dowie. They get a huge, huge series of ruinous volleys off on the zombies. But these are 100 gold units. That's exactly where you want to be eating damage. Brotherhood of Grimnir should just fight these Cairn Wraiths. I don't know why they're not. Just charge into these dudes and clean them up. Doomseekers against Cairn Wraiths should be really good for the Doomseekers. Unfortunately, the Quarrelers are folding up a little bit. The Cairn Wraiths actually made it into melee contact and are seemingly doing some good damage with the assistance of the Fellbats, and Iron Drake's locked out by this Fellbat unit here. See, here's the unfortunate thing for the Dwarves, is that Iron Drakes have really good defensive stats, but they have awful melee attack. So against the 45 melee defense of these Fellbats right now, they literally just can't do damage to them. They're not hitting the Fellbats consistently enough. Plus, they only have 28 models, so they are surrounded and getting poked from behind by a lot of the Bat models. These guys are going to rack up some good value against those Iron Drakes. Keeping them locked out is pretty disastrous here for the Dwarves. Cannon Crew has to run away from the zombie summon. This is what I was talking about. Zuko with really good positioning on that summon and just continuing to press the Cannon Crew farther and farther away from the artillery piece. Look how far they are away from this now. Almost 100 meters at this point. Probably closer to 140 now. It's going to take them ages to get back to that, and Fellbats do find them and are going to collapse on those guys and might even kill the Cannon Crew. Another unfortunate loss for Kitty. Kitty's Dowie Warriors isolated in the front line. You got the Graveguard Great Weapons shredding through stuff. Longbeard Great Weapons come out onto the field, but are fighting White Kings, who, again, are going to just do some consistent chip damage to these guys. With the assistance of the Graveguard, should be able to clean that up. Number 3 objective is under a lot of pressure right now from the Undead. Do have a decent little hold going on here with Garagrim and the Dowie Lord holding back-to-back. They're chipping through the Cairn Wraiths, the Tithe, and the other zombie units in here. Oh, it was a Summon Zombie, and then backed up by the Unholy Lodestone, which is going to be healing and buffing all these guys. Really great business going for the Vampire Counts right now. Devils of Schwarzhofen help clean up some of these Dowie Warriors. The Iron Drakes have gone down. Beautiful Rune of Wrath and Ruin. Nice damage on all of the units on the number 1 here. Oh, and the Spin to Win coming in for Garagrim, it looks like, doing his Hurricane of Death. Chunking down the Cairn Wraiths. Wow, crumbling them out so fast. Impressive damage output from that ability. That does hit hard. 80 damage per second for 6 seconds? Brutal. Ow. It's a crazy vortex. I don't know why I don't see that more often. For how often I see people bring Garagrim for some reason, honestly, he's not a very good combatant without his items and abilities. Because he has no armor and his stats are like okay, but not stupendous. I'm surprised you don't see some of this more. I don't know about the Axes of Kudrin personally, but Hurricane and the Slayer of Legend, I definitely think can give him some nice punching power. Fighting against the Feasters in the Dusk, they might start to really pick him apart. They've got some good damage output as a Cryptical unit because they get Frenzy and have 51 melee attack as a result. They're going to hit pretty consistently against this guy. Luckily, that damage resistance is coming into play, and it's going to help keep him alive a little bit longer here. Brotherhood of Grimnir with 1100, pretty good performance from them so far, but the Dowie with the loss of just about everything they hold dear on the number 3, and now more Longbeard Great Weapons engaging against Cairn Wraiths. Probably going to be another rough trade for the Dowie, although this Longbeard over here did get almost 800 value. uptrading a little bit, but the heals for the vampire counts have got to be racking up at this point, because both corpse carts have been fairly healthy for the majority of this game, and they've had quite a few units around them for the majority of it. Longbeards are trying to run away. There's no point in running away from a unit that has frostbite when you're already slower than them. You're not escaping from the Karen Wraiths. The best thing you can do as Kitty here is just turn and fight. It sucks, you're still going to lose, but you're going to lose less horribly. And sometimes losing less horribly is the best you can do, and you really just need to go for it. Brotherhood and some Grumbling Guard looking to tear down the Stearnsman here. Kind of a useless Scab Scraith. You're better off using it on the Slayers. Slayers don't have the armor, and they have the spell resist, but so do the other units over here, and the Grumbling Guard especially are not going to even get tickled by Scab Scraith. More Karen Wraiths out. Corpse Cart barely alive. Devils of Schwarzhofen fighting on top of it. They, of course, are going to be relatively fresh as time goes on with the vigor per second, you know, boosting up on these guys as we speak. Eventually they'll go from drain to whatever the undead equivalent of winded is. And you see the Tithe are just sitting here at animated as they continue to grind with the Corpse Cart by their side here. Forge Fire lowering the armor is actually not a bad idea. It is, you know, gonna help a little bit in terms of the damage output from the dwarves. But the problem is they have no way to punish, really. Got one Iron Drake out. Finally able to get some kind of an impact going. But in the process, you're sacrificing a Slayer. The Graveguard Great Weapons have already gotten good value, and they're going to hold for maybe another, like, 10 to 15 seconds. With 40 models, I imagine they're probably going to get another, like, 100 value against this Giant Slayer, which is, I mean, done good damage, but definitely could be contributing a little bit more than they are right now. Just a bit of a shame that they aren't able to really push up and grab the points, because Lazuka is continuing to pump out Karen Wraiths. Just multiple waves of them moving in and continuing to keep the Dowie well in hand here. Got the number 1, the number 3, and the number 2. Triple cap, finally surpassing the Dowie in terms of points. Chancellor's going to get up on the objective. Master Necromancer with no value to speak of. Not really his job, though. Just a support character. And doing a really good job of that. Lots of heals. Lots of zombie summons. That's really all he needs to do. Karen Wraiths going to get charged by the Giant Slayers? No, they just blunder into one another a little bit. You've got to make sure that you're getting your charge bonus with a unit like Karen Wraiths. Because that's the real selling point of these guys. The Frostbite is there to imbue onto an enemy infantry unit, because what happens when you charge them with the Karen Wraiths, they get a bunch of damage on the charge. Their sustained stats are a little on the lower side, plus their HP is just not incredible. The Phys Res is awesome, but hitting and running with the Karen Wraiths seems to me be the best option for them. Because they are able to engage so freely, because while the units that they're engaged against are frostbitten, that's when you can start to pull back, and your ghosts are already faster than, what, 90% of infantry in the game. Like, the highest for an infantry foot unit is Forsaken of Slaanesh with 51 speed. Or actually, it's Demonettes. Demonettes are like 56 or something like that. Very few things are going to be able to catch up to the Karen Wraiths when they're also dealing with the Frostbite effect. So, charge in, pull back, charge in, pull back, cycle charge, baby. It's free real estate. You'd be surprised how quickly you can blunt somebody's enthusiasm for scrapping on points just by cycle charging them very early on in the game. It's a little bit of like a bluff and bluster tactic at times, you know. Hit and run tactics can be a really good attritional tool. Many factions that are slow like the dwarves don't have easy ways to get on the objective if you're constantly intercepting reinforcements and hammering them on the charge and then just pulling back and staying safe and away from all of the missile units. And Lazuka's done a pretty good job of that. There's been some fairly aggressive attacks, but they all have been very well developed with supporting elements, so that there's not really any one Dowie unit that's just totally unengaged and allowed to fire huge streams of flamethrower fuel onto stuff, or like the Quarreler great weapons, we're never really able to get the crossbows online.
Unending glory is yours.
And very much like some of the demon matchups, if the undead just time up their pushes well and they bring out all their supporting tools, and stay consistent with their pressure, there's not a lot the Dowie can do about it. There's too many quicker units out on the field, too much AP damage for their warriors to sit and grind in any meaningful way. Yeah. It's a good attempt. I don't know what you do here as Kitty. I think you maybe just do like a ton of Iron Drakes. I mean, literally like max out on them, including the troll hammers if you can, and just dare the undead to try and get in on that. Oh, stretch, man. Got back into, I went on vacation, a little while ago, and I've been slowly working my way back into working out every day, and it has been so hard to keep at it, dude. You get so sore, and you just wanna rest, you just wanna take a day off. But it's been feeling really good, so I think I just need to keep up with it. It's just making me feel so freaking stiff sitting in a chair for as long as I have today. I'll get around to some of your other replays, Sharky. If you're still here in chat, I definitely want to cast some of the other ones. I may use your Khorne versus Tzeentch as an informative guide on what not to bring against Tzeentch, because I see a lot of red flags for this build here, and I do remember you telling me that you had some trouble in that matchup. I might do a separate video, that way you can just get an idea of what you should do for shutting down big stinky bad boys that are Tzeentch, because Tzeentch has some counters that you can throw out as Khorne, and you can really keep them on the back foot. It becomes very difficult to engage as Tzeentch against Khorne if the Changebringers are shut down consistently. Let's actually get this game in here. We've got Random Cuban versus Zymerix. Very cool builds from both sides. You got a bunch of halberds for Zymerix, plus the Severed Claw. You got two throwing horsemen here. These Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch are wildly underrated in my opinion. They are crazy powerful in some matchups. They will delete Azazel. Azazel can only take like one volley from those guys. Azazel, what the fuck are you talking about? He's just mumbling to himself. He has no idea who he's communicating with. Anyways, Random Cuban coming in here with a Soul of Damnation build. Chosen of Slaanesh. Very strong unit. I mean, you think it's kind of ridiculous that Chosen don't have ITP? Well, Chosen of Slaanesh have it, and they have 70 melee defense. Pretty good weapon strength and melee attack, too. It's not like a stupendous amount, but goddamn, is it impossible to chip these down in melee unless you just have a buffoonishly powerful unit. Aeson is one of such units. I mean, he's got some good collision damage. He is an anti-infantry fighter, and he's got the Mortis with the Aura of Mutation. So he could definitely put some work in on those Chosen, but it's not going to be easy. There's another Chosen out here. Azazel's kind of just rolling around waiting in the wings. He also is going to have a hard time landing with Aeson running around. Definitely not going to give him a lot of breathing room. Horsemen dodging around a whole bunch. I would just pull back the one that's lost its shield. It'd be really nice to be able to get back into the backfield there. What the hell's going on?
We have victory point.
Alright, hold on, guys. Give me a sec. Okay, we're back. I don't know, my monitor just turned off and now it's back on. Anyways, Soul of Damnation dropping shots into the pit fight here. Oh, the Knight's Immolation on the field here for Zymerix. Looking to try and get lined up. That's like telltale sign that they're trying to drop the Searing Torrent. Not finding an opportunity. One of them is stuck on the ground, so they actually can't use it as long as he's down there. Terror Route and then a subsequent rout on those poor Chaos Warriors because of the Demon Blade from Azazel. Very powerful. Plus the Soul of Damnation hammering them. Struggling a lot, but Aspiring Champions being lost by a random Cuban in the same breath. And Aeson looking real healthy right now. And causing a lot of problems. Is this Zymerix's unit? Or is this... Oh my god. No, that's That's Zymerix. The banners are the same color. These guys do get rampaged. They're taking a lot of damage. What? Oh, the throwing axe is underneath them, of course. Come on, give me the value on these guys. Yeah, the throwing axe is getting a little bit of damage, but I think it's actually also Azazel. Yeah, Azazel is 631 value. I think is putting a lot of moves on these Knights of Immolation right now. Hellstriders find the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. Halberds can get in here and peel, but you gotta keep your horsemen moving. They cannot stop. They get bodied by the Hellstriders. So, a lot of damage going down on that 700 gold horseman unit. You really need those guys to play a lot safer so that you can utilize them to punish isolated positions and keep your opponent's Marauder throwing axes in check. The Knights have just... the micro is not there on them right now. Zymerix is really getting steamrolled right now. The Hellstriders killed one of the horsemen. This Marauder Horseman unit's maneuvering around, doing what it can. Aspiring Champions rally. You got Chosen moving over to get on the point. Aeson with 1500 value has put in a lot of work, but is basically hard carrying this Tzeentch army. If Aeson goes down, I don't know what you're going to do as Tzeentch. It's going to be a very lonely game at that point. Hellstriders do get pushed back, and because of the Chaos Warrior Halberds really chewing on them, not nearly as cost-effective as I imagined it might have ended up being for them. Forsaken and Centaurs clashing here. Centaurs need to pull back. Their charge bonus is worn off. They've got Hounds and Hellstriders nearby, and they don't win the long grind against the Forsaken, I don't think. Maybe their charge was good enough that they would still win, but the Hounds are going to shred this poor Centaur unit, and they've only gotten about half their value back. Centaurs of Tzeentch have to hit and run. They cannot stay in fights longer than their charge bonus is active. It does not work for them. They get folded up by damage from units like the Hellstriders and the Hounds, especially when they're already engaged, and that's a pretty brutal loss for Zymerix. One that's very ill-afforded. Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch fighting a bunch of infantry here. Definitely not their cup of tea. Get them out of here. Don't want them doing this. The back pressure has been very scattershot. It is not, it's not good enough. I don't want to be, I'm not trying to be mean, but if you're going to dive the Soul of Damnation, you have to commit a large force of units to going for it, because the cannon crew is unbreakable. If you do not kill the entire crew, they will just get back on it, and they will make so many problems for you, because it's not just the damage this artillery piece done. It's also the take cover effect, which is lowering leadership by 8, plus the damage by artillery, which is another minus 10, so minus 18 leadership anywhere it's hitting. It's a lot to ask for units to stay in fights with those things, just poking away at them. Aeson with 3,100 value has been so good this game. Such a shame that the rest of the Tzeentchian forces are just really not holding up their end of the bargain. Honestly, I think you can ignore the Soul of Damnation. I think if Zai was not diving back here so aggressively and had been utilizing those tools up in the front line, you might have gotten a little bit more effective value trading up here in the front line to give yourself a more dominant hold on 2 of these objectives, and then when your opponent is trying to get up here and cap, that's when you can go after the Soul. Because the Soul of Damnation has an obscene amount of ammunition. 40 shots is crazy business. Very hard to withstand all of its focus fire if it's just pounding away at you, but if you leave it to value trade and you're doing a good job of microing your units around and keeping them from getting too bunched up and then hammered by accurate shots, oftentimes it can just barely pay for itself, and if you kill it and keep your opponent from getting the rebate on it, that's also really strong. The Soul of Damnation crew is alive, but the artillery piece itself is dead. Is this where Zimeric somehow finds a second wind? They're down so much is the problem. Chaos Knights with lances going to the outside to grab the number 3. Aeson is on his way out with 3,700 HP. He was an absolute mad lad this game. Did everything in his power to make it happen for the God of Trickery here. But I just am a little worried nonetheless. I just am not really seeing the strategy for Tzeentch to be able to close this game out. Although with Centaurs and Chaos Knights out now, this is... okay. This is where you can be down in value and establish mobility advantage with 2 heavy hitters, and you can brutalize your opponent with cycle charging. I think you get a Fury out to help, so that you can have something that can chase down any like Marauder throwing axes, and then you can cycle charge the Forsaken and Marauders into oblivion. Another thing that's nice about these Chaos Knights is that Hellstriders are a perfect counter for Centaurs of Tzeentch. With Chaos Knights available, you have a really good answer to the Hellstriders. Alright, Centaur stayed engaged a little too long, and Pavane goes down on them. They're going to start taking some serious heat here from the Forsaken. Chaos Knights coming in. Very unfortunate that that is, that's happening to these Centaurs. They need to pull out, get their barrier back, and then they can loop in, and they can support the Tzeentch Chaos Knights with some cycle charging. They really need to go for that. They do get terror routed, and then they lose their nerve and their leadership, and they're going to be running. Honestly, if I were Azazel, I'd just make sure to chase these guys off the field, but he's a little trapped up right now. Look at the Chaos Knights. The standard Chaos Knights really hammering these poor Tzeentch variants. And now Hellstrider's coming in from the flank, and that's going to be a very dead Knight unit, and that was the last chance there for Zai to get back into this game in any reasonable amount of time. Centaurs rally, and they are going to take down these Warhounds. But in the process, you've lost the Chaos Knights, who really haven't value traded all that well. Hellstrider's going to get quite a bit of work done against those guys, and then I imagine Azazel's just going to wait in the wings, flying up on high waiting for Demon Blade to be available so that he can just rear charge and then immediately tear out one of these positions, one of these fights. Forsaken, just, you know, or not Forsaken. We've got the Hellstriders and the Chaos Knights continuing to grind. Halberd's looking to get into this fight. It's just a little too late for them to be arriving. All of the Warrior of Chaos units are just going to disengage now, and then the Forsaken and the Marauders will just swarm over these guys and just, you know, muck up the works, while Random Cuban is just going to be working on securing the points and hanging on for what should be a fairly comfortable victory here.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one
What
of
the
their
hell is...
victory
what
points.
is going on?
Take it
These
back.
knights are doing so much damage on the charge. Dude, our Chaos Knight Lance is really that good? I mean, I usually use the Sword and Board variant, but with the cost change, has that actually brought them into position where they are a cost-effective variant now? Because for me in the past, losing all the melee defense has never really been worth it, but I guess with 60 charge bonuses, they're exhausted. That's still really strong. Synagor is coming out. Zai is doing a good job of staying in this game.
The enemy has slain our lord.
Wow, no way. Azazel dies out here on the edge. Against the Screamers. The Screamers actually killed Azazel here. Are leadership problems maybe going to give away back in? There's just too many infantry now that I'm looking at it. Yeah, and it's 1,300 tickets, so Zai simply doesn't have the time to be able to find a way back into this game. But honestly, a really good scrap. Village was pretty fun and cool. He got 1,800 value, so pretty respectable stuff from him. Aeson was also really badass. I think you just have to play way more carefully with your mobility. The Horsemen kept getting caught. Synagor is not value trading well enough, and the Chaos Knight Lances engaging into some awkward situations. Really not able to pull it through, unfortunately. But I like the idea, and I think that with a little bit of more experience, this build is very much something that you could execute and get some dubs with. Yeah, all these Synagors, man. It's a shame because the Synagors of Tzeentch are fairly vulnerable if they're out on the field alone. It's when you have two or supporting elements like the Lance Knights or Knights of Immolation or Screamers that they become a lot easier to maneuver around and really hammer folks, because it's kind of hard to take care of those guys if they're just swarming all over the field. Soul of Damnation didn't get a lot of value, and the Chosen of Slaanesh just got clowned on by Aeson. That's part of the reason Aeson has so much value, is because all the elite infantry were just getting dunked on, man. They did a great job of holding, but they did not get much value to speak of. It was really the Hellstriders, and the throwing axes actually pretty effective, and the Forsaken value traded very consistently for the most part. Pretty good performance out of them. Zai's Horsemen were weak. Like I said, the Centaurs didn't do enough, nor did the Knights and the Chaos Knights. So it's really just this reinforcement pool that I think needs to be focused in on for Zai for future matches. So, I assume, Dangler, you're talking about the Soul of Damnation. The Soul of Damnation has, I'll just go and show it to you. It's got this funky little ability that raises its reload skill it fires fast as hell already. I mean, every 10 seconds for a missile this strong is pretty busted. But Soul Devourer procs when units get within 200 meters of it, and that raises the reload skill by 60, and that brings the reload time down to like 6 seconds or something crazy like that. So it just fires constantly when Soul Devourer gets procced. It only activates one time, but it's 200 meters. So that's a long way. Very common that people just sniffing around your backfield will proc this, and then you can get like a burst of damage out of it. It's pretty cool. It does actually make the micro on this a lot more intense, though, because Soul Devourer causes the soul to fire so quickly and so often that oftentimes it, if you're shooting at the same target, it will keep pouring fire into portions of the unit that are devoid of entities to actually do damage to, because the first shot already landed in that pocket, and the unit hasn't had time to reform into that rank before the second shot makes it in. So when Soul Devourer procs, you need to actually be targeting units and swapping targets with the Soul of Damnation every time it fires, because otherwise you're going to be wasting a lot of damage on it. Yeah, Changebringers would have been really good. Changebringers would have nuked the Soul of Damnation in one volley. There wasn't enough to defend the soul from Changebringers, so that's something that you can consider. Instead of the Knights of Immolation, because you already have a whole bunch of like aggressive mobile units like Centaurs and Chaos Knights, you can do the Changebringers in the air with some Fury and Screamer cover, and just hope that your opponent doesn't really have anything in the aerial department to kind of shut those guys down, and they will just absolutely dumpster anything your opponent has. It's really damn good. I feel like the Tzeentch build was far too tall. The tall part of that, the actual tall opener for Tzeentch, actually was incredibly cost effective. It was the expensive summons that were coming in that ended up not being cost effective, and that's what sunk the Tzeentch army there. I think with just more focused attention and micro to the mobile elements, it would be a good build, and it would be something that can actually do some good work. It is super dependent on ASON, though. So Zai does need to be aware of that. If somebody brought a build with some characters that were a little bit better in combat against ASON than Azazel just can't engage ASON. If you had like Archeon or God forbid Kolek, ASON would get absolutely raffle stomped by the two of them. And I think Sartorial might even be able to beat ASON too. Yeah, Sartorial has better stats, in fact, because Sartorial is a really good combatant. 56 and 56 is damn good stats for a big single entity terror-causing lord. Better than the regular Exalted Lords, and way better than Kairos. Kairos has terrible stats in comparison. And Sartorial is on the Warriors of Chaos roster, as well as the Tzeentch roster, which is why I bring him up. Do we have time for one more? Yeah, let's do one more, and then, you know, I'm gonna get off. I need to eat and not overstretch myself, because we've got a whole other tournament tomorrow. So, one last time for all of those who aren't familiar with what we've been doing the last few Sundays. We've been streaming the Legendary Lords tournament, which have been a great time. Super cool tournament format. It's very unserious. There's a cool prize for whoever ends up winning the whole thing. There's another qualifier tomorrow. There's very few signups right now. I would love it if y'all would go in and sign up for it, because it's fairly casual. It is going to be a really fun time, because you get a random lord for whatever faction you pick, and you get a preset selection of units that you have to bring in your opening army, which does a really good job of mixing up the meta. Because, like, really strong lords, some of them have some weaker units that they're required to bring. And some of the weaker lords just have, like, straight up really good opening armies, and you can see some really wacky shenanigans ensue. You know what? Some Skaven versus the Wood Elves wouldn't be a bad way to end it off. You know, let's see if Corsair can get some vengeance from the first game that we watched of him struggling into Kislev, which was kind of understandable. Kislev's rough for the Skaven. They don't have a great matchup there. Into the Wood Elves, I don't imagine is too easy for them either, but I think Corsair's build style is a little bit better for the kind of units that Mike Victor is bringing in here. Because there's a lot of Rattling Guns. Rattling Guns were always good against Flyers, and have always been good against Flyers. Because the Rattling Guns' big issue is line of sight. Flying units, obviously it's very hard to obstruct a flying unit with other units. So you can really hammer down the Sisters of Twilight, or this Forest Dragon, potentially. Oh, please don't. Oh my god, I didn't talk myself into hiccups right before the stream ends, did I? That's okay. It's not too bad. I think I can. I'll get them under control, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So, very patient place. Corsair does this a lot. Just holds back, doesn't get overly aggressive early, and builds up the range tools that he needs to start poking his opponent and put them under some kind of pressure, right? So Skaven Slave's going to move back a little bit, and give the Teethbreakers room to open up on the Dryads would be a good idea right now, I would say. But it looks like they want the big money. They want to swing for the fences and get after the Sisters of Twilight, who are a very expensive Lord combo. Excellent choice for using this, I don't even know what to call it. They've got the scatter shot laser arrows that they can fire that are really good against infantry. They're also really good at shooting down characters because they have another type of missile that's just 2 shots and 1 projectile. And it does a decent chunk of damage to most characters and units in the game. It's pretty strong. Oh, Talon of Dawn is it. Okay. Yeah, you can see it does about 120 damage each, but that's on 2 arrows, so it's about 240 damage. And I know it says these guys have 14 ammunition right now. Don't believe that for a minute. Each of the sisters on the dragon, actually has an ammo pool. Each of them has 15 shots, and it only counts their ammunition as dropping once both of them have fired their arrows. Really, they've got 30 ammunition, which is a lot of ammo. And they do a lot of damage with each shot, so they're actually really great for opening skirmish phases of games, because it's very hard to hammer them down oftentimes. But here we see a really good opportunity to get some damage in, and that overcasted Veil of Shadows is effective on Flyers. You can see it locking them down really badly right now. Brittle Bone being stacked on top of it. Look at all the slows. This is crazy. Look at this, dude. From 90 speed, and they're even, how the hell are they getting a buff to their speed from other? What the hell is that? They don't have Foe Seeker or anything. That's so bizarre. Anyways, from a base value of 90 speed down to 9, you got Suppression, Veil of Shadows, Brittlebone, Toxic Rain, wreaking havoc on the sisters' ability to move freely, and they get laid out by the Teethbreakers. I think they're low enough for, oh, Conjoined Destiny is not proccing yet. That's so irritating. They are routing. There's nothing to chase them down, fortunately for the Wood Elves, but Man, oh man, that's the last thing that you want to see happen to your big, expensive lord early on in a game. Great, great engagement for Corsair. Excellent value, and rattling guns all over the place now. You got 3 of them, or 4 of them out on the field, actually. All of them trying to hit the Forest Dragon right now. Skaven slaves need to stop obstructing the Teeth Breakers here. You can see some of them are not firing. The ones in the middle here are just like, duh. What? But now they're opening up. They're going to get much more accurate fire since they're in Arwar. They have incredible accuracy as compared to the standard rattling guns. Standard rattling guns are not quite as adept at hitting their shots, but they fire so many damn rounds that they're going to make contact eventually, and they will, you know, poke you down with some consistent volleys. Glade Riders keep getting into these bad fights. Wolf Rats and Rat Ogres just ripping them to shreds. To shreds, you say? Indeed, I respond. You can see these nasty little freaks chasing these guys down.
We are the forest rat.
Mogging for the camera a little bit. So Wood Elf's in a really ugly position right now. You can see the Skaven just going for the full press right now. Bodies all over the field, mucking up the works. You've got Glade Guard going down in huge numbers to the Wolf Rat pressure. Looks like they managed to sneak their way into the backfield and actually get some pretty good value, man. Mike Victor is just totally out of sorts here. The dragon characters and single entities are just not contributing much at all right now. And those have to be the carry piece if you're going to bring them. They are a huge investment. And the fact that they are so low so early on. Oh my god, and one of them gets shot out of the sky. The regrowths have not been there. Just shock and awe, man. You know, overwhelming firepower tends to do this in IRL warfare, where people literally just cannot react to what is going on around them, and that's kind of what the Skaven are doing here. They just have machine gun nests in every single position that the Wood Elves want to access, and it really has kind of turned into an example of what happens in like the transition to a modern warfare setting. All of these really aggressive melee-oriented units that the Wood Elves are trying to bring in just get slaughtered before they can even make contact with the front line, really. And a few odds and ends units out here on the flanks, like the Firebark Elders and the Dryads trying to hold, but not quite able to. That Mutant Rat Ogre just bullied this poor little Treekin, just knocked his ass over. Said, sit down, little buddy, I'm going to teach you how to do some serious damage in melee combat. You don't know anything, pal. Got a Gorillion Skaven slaves making their way out onto the field. Getting shot up a little bit by the rattling guns, which is par for the course, I'm sure. Very experienced, I'm willing to bet, with being brutalized by their own fellow Skaven. Blade Singers are getting some really good damage in. They've killed 300 models and still have only gotten about half their value back. Skaven moment, man. Skaven moment in a nutshell. You hate to see it, man. You think you're doing all this good work, and then you're looking around and you're like, where is my army? Why are there only Skaven units on the field? What is happening to me? And the Lost Sylvan Knights are out here. They could just charge this flamethrower unit down. I don't think Corsair is seeing them. I just don't know what the Lost Sylvan Knights get done here. I mean, they don't have anywhere they can go. There's too many units available for the Skaven now. Blade Singer's getting pushed back. Sisters of Twilight get a heal. And Conjoined Destiny is threatening to proc, but they are very likely to get killed here before it actually activates. I got another 14 seconds, and it's too late for them. Conjoined Destiny takes too long to proc, and both of them plummet to their doom. Nicely mirroring one another there. How appropriate. And it's kind of a cool place for the dragon to die. It's almost like the Force is already reclaiming it tree immediately sprouting out of its back and growing over it. This will be an even more impressive oasis when all is said and done with that forest dragon body laying there. Skaven Slave Spears get flattened by the Lost Sylvan Knights, but whatever, it's literally a 125 gold unit. Nobody cares, least of all the Skaven. They probably care less than the Wood Elves do about the Skaven Slaves. Great Warp Quake and Seismic Snare on the Glade Riders that were trying to compromise the backfield again and again. Corsair with these great plays, positioning answers into every possible approach route for shutting down the Rattling Guns. Like, they've been kept online way better than that first game. Like, Corsair's first game was really rough. None of the shooting could be kept online, not enough Rat Ogres for heavy cavalry duty, and just too many costly engagements for the Skaven. But this time around, no gaps left in the front line. No way for Rattling Guns to be compromised before they actually end up getting some decent value for themselves. Teethbreakers actually got 3,900, which is just filthy good. I am aghast, I say, at this. Get in there, you little goons. God, I love the Skaven voice lines. They're so freakish, you know? Just look at the tide, the carpets moving across the field that they bring to the table. Wolf Rat's going for the Triads. Imagine being a tree spirit and you're having to retreat from these disgusting little creatures. That's gotta be a real ego killer, you know? Like, that's ego death for sure. You gotta feel kind of pathetic if you can't finish those kind of stinky little rat dogs off. Getting on top of the Glade Guard, and look how quickly a Wolfrat tears them up. Very quickly tanking their HP. Oh, there's two Wolfrats here, actually. So, very effective engagement for the Skaven yet again, although a rear charge is getting their Wolfrat leadership into the danger zone very quickly, man. They just don't hold very well, obviously. With 34 base leadership, there's not a whole lot to hang your hat on there. But they do get the win. And continuing to keep the Wood Elves back, and the Skaven just have pretty much all of their units on the field. There's only 4 units they have left that they can summon out, and they very well might be on cooldown. You might just want to start unsummoning some of the more beat-up Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves, just for you to be able to spam them out at the end here. Victor definitely might have needed to go for a different build here. I think that the Sisters of Twilight are a good idea, but the Forest Dragon I think is overkill on single entities for Skaven. You've already got 1 terror-causing unit. I don't know if you need double that. I think you probably just need some more Glade Guard. Glade Guard are very long range and can punish the Rattling Guns just by shooting them down. Corsair's build doesn't have a great way to answer a big, wide line of Glade Guard, honestly. Plus Eternal Guard. Like, Glade Guard, Eternal Guard, Dryads, as cheap as possible. Going really deep on the investment for a solid front line that can kind of equal the Skaven in numbers would be a pretty good place to start. And then you can still use the Sisters of Twilight to kind of poke at the weapon teams and the heroes and characters as much as possible. Beautiful Veil of Shadows, like right up in the face of the Glade Riders, stopping their charge completely. And the Rattling Gun's going to get an opportunity to turn around and just lay waste to these guys. Oh my god, man. It's so horrifying. Just watching these poor little guys get melted by these Skaven weapon teams here. Unbelievable. That was a full health unit just a moment ago. And what are the Rattling guns all sitting on now? Teethbreakers at 4,300 value is ridiculous. 1,500 here. 2,100 on the other. Damn, every Rattling gun paid for itself here, I think. I don't think any of these are, I don't think any of these are duplicate summons either. I'm pretty sure all of the, Rattling guns are the ones from the start of the game. Or that were, you know, summoned out as time went on. Warfire throwers are just helping keep the Dryads back. Dryads obviously very weak to fire, being trees. Quite literally being melted into just weird puddles of goo, I guess. What happens to Dryads when they die? Because they're, like, tree spirits, correct? You know, they're not really, I don't know. I don't know what kind of organic matter they're made out of. Yeah, brother, get in there and check that Dowie Zinch game out. There's definitely a few things you can do to keep Zinch from really pummeling you with the Exalted Flamers. I don't actually know if I talked about it in that match, but against Zinch, you probably want a bunch of Thunderers as the Dowie, would be my best advice. Thunderers are very good against Flyers because of the missile speed. It's very hard to dodge the gunpowder units. You can absolutely lay waste to stuff like Changebringers with those tools at your disposal. I don't know why Corsair doesn't bring Natty Boobos and stuff. I mean, you're already playing one of the weaker factions. Corsair just wants to... Corsair is really cool because they don't care about doing the meta stuff per se. And they really love working on innovating this very unique... and kind of tricky Skaven playstyle with all the Rattling guns and the Veil of Shadows caster. Usually goes for like a Warlord or, yeah, I've seen Queek once, I think. I don't think Queek is very good, but, you know, just a basic Warlord isn't a bad idea. You know, super cheap and you can just fill in with bodies all around it. Mutant Rat Ogre did okay. The Wolf Rats were awesome. The Rattling guns obviously carried this. I mean, 4,400 on one Rattling gun is buffoonish, as is. But all of the other ones getting over 1,000 and one of them even getting 2,100 value is, that's a well-executed build. That's excellent play from Corsair. Big lol. Never change Corsair. Indeed. We need unique personalities in the community who are willing to bring off-meta builds like that, you know? It's a cool strategy. It's actually really tough to beat Corsair. Because Corsair's been practicing with that style and the build so much that he's got a very, very good system for baiting attacks and really punishing. So you need to really take your time and take it seriously, because that build has some serious chops to it, especially after the Rattling Gunners have been buffed God knows how many times at this point. Because that build used to be kind of bad because the Rattling Guns were genuinely an awful unit, but now that they're more powerful and consistent, they can really hammer you. And put you through your paces. Alright guys, I'm getting tired. I feel the impending crash from not having eaten the last couple hours, so I'm gonna go do that. And one last time I'm gonna drop the I'm going to drop the tournament that's going on tomorrow. I've got it pinned up top here. But for those of you who are too lazy to check pinned messages, I'll leave it here. And come sign up. Literally. Absolutely no reason not to. It's a for fun tournament. The stakes are as high as you want them to be. And it's a really cool rule set, and Twist put a lot of forethought into the requirements for the army builds. He's a really cool guy, and I'm excited for it because I'm going to be playing the Beastmen tomorrow. We'll be seeing if we're going to be getting Malagor or Morgur, who are the 2 remaining Beastmen Lord options. So, till then, guys, y'all take care. Peace out. I appreciate you guys coming and checking out the stream. So, till tomorrow, peace.